there really needs self. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Soul Tea with Marie. I will be taking a caller tonight, but I do want to start out with a little bit of a healing, and I did want to say a bit of a prayer just to clear the energy wherever you are. So I'm going to ask that my guides, my angels, source, to be here, and anything negative to please leave our space this evening, and only love and light and any answers that need to come through, that they come through for our highest good. And if you don't make it through for the phone call, hopefully you receive something that heals your heart tonight that you were in need of. I will say a few things came through as I was preparing, and it may be for the caller, it may not. But I'm going to say what they are. And I got a couple of things. One, I was asked to put on perfume tonight. So if that means something to someone, I don't usually wear perfume, but I was asked to do that. I was also asked that someone out there really needs self-care. You need to be looking at your diet. And I don't mean losing weight. I mean just taking time for yourself and eating a little bit healthier, because you're going through a hard time right now and you're feeling a lot of anxiety. And so you're not eating, and they want you to put some nutrients into your body. And I also heard forgiveness. And that's a hard one to do. And I know someone out there is, I'm getting a couple of things, but someone out there is having a hard time forgiving, I want to say a spouse. And while we don't have to forgive, it would, how do I put this? It would heal your soul, heal your spirit while you're here. Whatever it is that you're going day to day, whatever it is that you're going through, that will make your load a little bit lighter. And I also got the word decisions. So I know someone also, well, we have a lot of us have to make decisions in this world, don't we? And I want to say it's with a work issue, whether or not it's a promotion. And I want to say, yes, you can go with the promotion. But also, so this is for two different people. And I know this is a live show, and I'm not really sure how all this works, but this is how information and energy comes to me, and how my spirits, they talk to me and they give me information. So whoever is listening, I know that you're receiving this. So there's two things with the decisions when it comes to work. Someone is looking for a promotion, and that is going to come for you. And I think this goes with you as well, or it goes with someone else, or I'm actually hearing two people. So there's also an opportunity to start your own business, is it catering? Is it cookies? I'm getting catering cookies. I'm going to write that down. I write things down, whether I come back to them or not. I need it to dispel the energy. So it's catering and it's cookies. And they're saying to me that it is okay to move forward with that project. And they're calling it a project. Okay. So I am about ready to have a caller, though. And I'm not sure. She should be coming on any moment. Hi, Jerry Ann. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Jerry. Are you?
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm all right.
How
are you?
I'm good. I'm getting a sense of sadness from you. And some confusion as well.
Yeah, confusion.
With your confusion, I'm actually getting, it feels distorted. And you may tell me anything that you like, but I'm just going to go into what I am feeling. And
Okay.
please interrupt me if you need to say anything. With your confusion, I'm also feeling some distortion with that. It's almost as though, so confusions is about wanting answers or needing answers for a certain subject. But with yours, it seems like everything that you're asking, what you're seeking, what you're looking for is distorted with a lot of, it's almost like the outside world or the outside people are making your situation even more convoluted. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. I'm at a crossroads. Been doing a lot of inner healing, shadow work. My dad just passed away about 2 months ago. Found out some horrible things probably about 2 years ago. And I realized that with my dad's passing, I'm not only saying goodbye to him, but I have to say goodbye to life and the people that were in it.
I see.
Because they put me into a state of self-destruction. I allow that.
I see.
Along with the shadow work, I'm starting to get what I think are maybe messages from spirit or from angels or from whatever it is.
So I'm seeing, getting two things, not to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that I tell you what they are. One, I'm getting that there is some anger with the situation with you, almost as though you have to, I'm getting the sense that you want to let your father go, but you want to hold on to him. So, but you're also angry at other people in your life as well. When you said you're letting them go, I feel like you might be letting them go, but you're holding on to that anger. And I would say you need to let that go as well. I'm also getting addictions. You know, I don't know if, and I don't know if that is you or if that's someone very close to you, but there is someone is suffering with addictions or trying to get over addictions. And you are also, I know you said signs, shadow work. So you're also going through a dark night of the soul. And I do believe that you have your own gifts as well, that you are starting to come in tune with, that you may not have known before. Although I do sense that you may have known when you were a little girl that there were some things happening that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, because you sensed them. And so.
Travel, actually, there was, up until I was 5 years old, I found out that my dad had been raping me. I have no memory of it. But I know also during that time, I would see fairies. I would play with fairies. I know angels were always around me. And to this day, I still say I've seen them with my human eyes. Wasn't just my third eye. And then, yeah, a lot of things changed in my life, and I just kind of shut it off.
You went through an abusive section of your life.
Well, on more than one occasion. There
Right.
was that, and I had abuse from my siblings, and then I was in a 11 and a half year relationship where 11 years of that was abusive.
Right. I'm seeing physical abuse with that. And I'm also seeing addictions with that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. He made you crazy is what he did.
Pardon me?
He in your relationship, he made you crazy. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but that was one of the ways that he controlled you, was to make you crazy.
Absolutely.
And he was out of control. I get drinking.
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
Yeah. And the more he drank, the more it escalated and the more abusive it became.
Yes.
They call that gaslighting now, but I don't believe that this is a relationship that happened right now. This is a few years back when we weren't really using that word where okay, so I'm just getting something from your father, which is so I don't know if your father saw what was going on, or he's saying he just turned a blind eye to your life, to what was going on with you. He didn't really intervene, and he's saying he's sorry for that. In fact, he's showing me a lot of emotion.
My mom didn't give him a choice.
Okay.
For the things that he did. Yeah.
And he's saying he sees it now. He didn't see it then, or even if he did see it, he didn't acknowledge what you were going through. But he is acknowledging it now, and he wants you to know he is acknowledging it now. And he knows he can't change any of that. It doesn't change the past. It doesn't change the future. It doesn't do anything, but he wants to give you some type of validation that, yes, you are seen now. You weren't seen then, you are seen now. But I do see, going back to your relationship, that it wasn't, they call it gaslighting, but he very much spun things around for you where you didn't really know which way was up, and you didn't know what to say or where to go or where to move mentally and emotionally. That was also distorted. You've lived in a very distorted, disassociative life. That's been your world since you were young, is to live in a disassociation to reality, because it's been the only way for you to be able to survive. And what I'm seeing now is you're slowly coming out of that, where you're realizing you don't have to survive so much anymore. You're starting, like, the clouds are leaving you, and you're starting to see some goals, some dreams, and hope. That's what you have in
there, because I don't know. Am I supposed to be giving messages? Am I supposed to be doing energy work and healing? And I'm just like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? What if I make the wrong decision?
You can't make a wrong decision in this. You absolutely cannot make a wrong decision, because everything that you put out there is also going to heal your spirit. So let me ask you, do you have a journal?
I have a book.
Okay.
But as soon as I go to put pen to paper, I can't seem to make that pen write anything down.
Okay, we're gonna keep a different type of journal. We're gonna do a sign journal of all the signs that are coming in and what they mean to you. So every day you're gonna write at the top whatever the date is, and then at the end of the day, or carry it around with you. If you see a sign, if you see you're also getting numbers. Some of us get numbers, some of us don't. You're getting numbers, and if you're not, start paying attention. They're not always triple.
Oh, I get numbers all the time, and I know, like, if I go into a store, there's lots of times I know even before I walk into that store, I know what my order is going to be, because it's, and I don't know. Everyone says, "Are you seeing it?" Well, I don't know if I'm seeing it. Well, how do you know? I just know. I just know. and I know if it's a number just for me or if I'm supposed to share it with someone that crossed my path in the store that day.
I see. Our time is running short. I actually have another caller waiting, but I want to say to that, so your gifts, so time is always, there is no time on the other side, correct? So you're seeing something that's already happened when you're seeing those numbers. But I just want to get to the journal before you leave, which is,
okay.
I want you to write down every single sign, and I want you to write down what it means. And then you're going to go back to that periodically. And so that you can see how your gift is moving and where it's taking you, because it's very important that you're seeing something and then it happens. So that you're psychic, but that's a different type of being psychic. Not everybody's, you walk in and all that's going to happen. That's almost like, it's like deja vu, but not quite.
Correct. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So I'm trying to think where they would. I would just hold on to that and I would write it down and see where it takes you. But they are trying to open your gifts, and I am hearing about angels because you've been through so much. Please know that there are angels around you, and you can ask them. You have guides, but because of all the trauma, your angels step forward for you, and you can communicate with angels easier than what you can communicate with your guides because you need more healing. So you will move into the healing field. That doesn't mean you're going to stay in the healing field. It's just to heal you because of the sexual trauma that is holding you. It is holding on to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Huh. Okay.
You have a lot to unpack. I will keep you in my prayers. You do. I can see it. There is a lot. And even in your teenage years, that was wild. That was a wild ride for you, your teenage years.
Yeah. And then 10 years now wild with my oldest daughter, with her mental health and her, so I know I need to heal me so that I can heal my children.
Yes.
Because it has to stop now. Your
daughter, you should look into addictions with her as well. Whatever is happening with her. I'm not saying she has addictions, but there's something with her. She's sad. She's depressed. You need to watch her depression.
Very much so.
Yeah. You need to get her into therapy. Her depression is at a low.
Into which?
Therapy. Into therapy.
Oh, she's 19 years old, and she has been in therapy since she was 8.5 years old.
Okay, good.
And we've actually just decided now we're going a route, taking her off all of her pharmaceuticals, and we're going to try naturopathic. And she's going to try. She believes now that I can help her, and I can help her heal with a lot of the trauma that was caused in her dad's home.
Yes, she has a lot too, and she is holding on to that. I can feel that.
Absolutely. Oh, and she's very gifted too.
Yeah. But
she's blocked it all off because it's just too much, right?
She's blocked it off, but I also see her writing. I think she writes some of this in poetry, or she writes some of this down. And she listens to music as well, but her depression is, not something to be totally worried about, but definitely want to keep that in check with her. And she needs to get out of the house. She needs to get out of her room. She needs to get out of her own space and be, I want to say, in the sun. She needs to get the sun on her face and really feel it. She needs to get out into nature. Though she doesn't seem like a big nature person, but she just needs to be outside. She needs to know that she's alive. Yeah. And be able to feel alive, that her childhood does not make who she is right now. And she doesn't understand that. She believes that what she's been through, and I know you're the mom, and I know this is hard to hear, but I know you love your daughter. that she can break free of her childhood, and that will not define her adulthood. And she doesn't know that yet. Somewhere inside of her, she believes that she is broken and she's going to stay broken. She's not. She needs to know that. You need to let her know, and you need to figure out a way to help her with that. And I would say take what you're going through a little bit, take it back just a little bit, because she takes on your pain as well.
Well, yeah, there's been lots of health issues, and, you know, 2 different times with my health issues. My kids were told to say goodbye to me because they didn't think I was coming back from a bigger hospital. And, you know, so, I mean, there's lots.
Yes. No, there is.
But we're all going to end up okay at the end of the day.
Do you have a son as well? Well, there's a young man with you as well. I don't know if it's a son, but you have a young man as well with you. He seems younger.
He's in spirit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, he is with you. He's young. He's young.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this one's he's little. And he has, okay. He's with you. He is with you. He's smiley. He's a smiley little boy. Yeah. He's showing now. If he's not blonde, I apologize. I don't always get them, but he's showing me blonde hair, like just short, the bangs. But he's showing me like little, and he's happy. He's like, I'm happy. And I don't see any pain around him.
That could be my cousin Bobby. He's fought addiction his whole life, and he actually OD'd here probably about a month before my dad passed.
Okay. He is probably the one that came to me right before we did this. Someone that had OD'd came to me right before I sat down here. So he would be one of them. But this is also a little boy as well. So if there's a little boy in your life that you had lost that passed over, he is also here. But the one that overdosed, he visited me right before we started to let me know. Okay. That would be the addictions. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you have
my daughter has a very addictive personality. And that is a very big concern of mine, that she has said on more than one occasion. She says, Mom, I wish I wasn't afraid to become an addict. She said, because I just want this to stop, even for 5 minutes.
Yes. Your daughter needs
addiction is very strong in my family, and I've enforced that in my kids. Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth the risk.
No.
So
no. You do need to watch your daughter with we're going to run out of time, I think, any minute now. But you need to watch your daughter with. Again? I said we're going to run out of time, but I just want to say,
okay.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes. I'm just staying with you for the whole thing because I know you have a lot.
Thank you.
Your daughter with the addictions and with the depression, absolutely. And I want you to journal and write down your signs, because you're not alone. You're not doing this alone. You have angels around you, 100%. And this little boy is definitely with you. He's little. The other one that OD'd.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pain there, but it's very different. These are not the same. So the little boy is very happy, and he wants you to know he's happy. The one with addiction, I'm feeling all shame. This is just all shame right here. So he's not really stepping through because
I know.
This isn't the time. But you need to make space for yourself as well.
I just need Bobby to know that I told him before, to the moon and back, always, forever, unconditional, no matter what. And that didn't change the day that he made that fatal mistake. My love for him is always going to be unconditional until we meet again. So, and I know he comes around. I know he comes around. Okay.
Sometimes when the souls go over there, they need time to heal, and he hasn't fully, because people are so angry at him. There's some angry people with him that
Very,
yeah, like they're just like, and they won't let go of him in their anger. So he feels like he has to stay there, which
I
he won't
try to
forever.
send those
He'll
people
eventually
light and
make
love
peace
every
with
day
that.
so that he can be at peace.
Right. And he will. He's going to get there. The time is different. But
Yep.
we have about 30 seconds left, and I just want to say that I wish you peace and healing in your journey. And I'm here. I'll be here every Thursday. You can always call back if you want, but I will keep you in my prayers and know that you have people around you.
Thank you.
You are not alone, my friend. You are not alone.
Thank you.
I promise you.
Thank you very much.
Namaste.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny Show. Have you noticed that we've got royal blue on here to celebrate the coronation of King Charles III over here in London in the UK. So if you're watching all over the world, then it was a fabulous weekend. Everybody enjoyed it. And what about some of those American artists, Lionel Richie and Katy Perry? Brilliant display. Okay, so let's get started here today. It's 7 p.m. in the evening here in London in the UK. I know that it's 2 p.m. over there in New York City and 11 a.m. down in Los Angeles. So we're going to be taking some callers today and answering questions about their lives and about the future. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get a couple of spirit messages that come through from those lovely guides, those souls who have passed into spirit, and we'll see if we can get those connections. Now, I'm using here a very ancient set of cards. These are Greek, and it's about the Greek mythology that shows on all of the cards that you can see. So we're talking about the symbols and the Greek gods as well that are going to give that ancient divination through in the readings. It's quite interesting to just mix and match and use some different tools so that we can still see what is ahead for you. We're going to be looking at pathways today, and those pathways will be prominent as well in the crystal ball. And I do tend to use my crystal ball a lot during readings, mainly because it does actually show. I'm just getting my tools sorted out here, so just bear with. It's always one of those, isn't it, when you haven't got something to hand. So let's see, here we go. There we are. So the crystal ball, let's see what we can see in the crystal. I illuminate this really, really well. So we've got our first caller now, Gwendolyn from Massachusetts. Hello, are you on the line to Eleanor Grace? Hello there, how are you?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. And yourself?
Okay, yes, really well. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Now, I'm just looking here into the crystal ball, and you came straight through on the call. So I'm going to see what is here for you. Firstly, I can see a platform, and it's as though you've taken yourself to an edge. It's really as though you're about to launch yourself into a new phase in your life, which is really quite exciting because it does bring in lots of different opportunities for you and new possibilities, which are always fabulous, aren't they, when we're creating new possibilities for ourselves. So don't be afraid here to go close to the edge of what you want. Perhaps it's difficult for you to say things to people that, you know, you're being too kind or too nice or too shy, but I really do want to push you to find your voice and have that great big say. Really important, because it's a leap of faith that's coming through, and you may be a little bit nervous. Find some courage within yourself, but you're launching into a new pathway. So you're breaking away here from the past decisions that you've made. So choices that seemed to be great a few years back are no longer relevant for you. And that is unusual. It's unusual to see. So excuse me, let's have a look and see what's in the cards. Does that ring true with you? Do you find that this is now like a big leap ahead? Are you feeling that within yourself, that you have to turn away from past mistakes or decisions and start again, like open a new chapter in your life? Yeah?
Yes, I am feeling that way, and I'm like really confused as to if that includes my relationship, if that, like, this whole new thing means leaving that behind too.
Well, you've got the 9 here. It's the 9 of Wands. And this is a card that really describes your situation as I could see it in the crystal ball. In the crystal, it was a platform. You're going to the edge. You're about to jump off it, really. But it does take courage to do that. Here, with the card, the first card that I've drawn for you from the Greek deck, this is about you crashing the ship that you're sailing on. That means your life. You're crashing your life on the rocks. But it's 90% that is going and only 10% that you're keeping. Now, obviously, that 10% is you, plus, secret passengers that you can take and that you can choose with you, to go with you. I do feel that there's a lot of arguments. You've got this very sort of argumentative card here, which is all about communication not being very positive, negativity that's around you in relationships. So let's see what's coming next. I don't feel as though you have to be a big drama queen and sort of end everything in your life and move on. I think it's a bit more gradual than that. Here, though, you have a card which tells you about your relationship, and you, whether it's true or not, you will be feeling betrayed. You will be feeling as though you haven't had 100% of the commitment that you really were looking for and the commitment that you deserve. So it is difficult for you to be able to reassess. Now here...
Yes, because I do feel as though there may be some cheating. I just kind of feel it in my gut.
Yeah, there is a betrayal there. Your partner, was he... What is the story about his ex, an ex-wife or an ex-live-in partner? There's somebody that's trying to sort of pull here, just sort of pull on his shirt tails and say, look, come back, you're mine. This card here is for you. And this is about moving on. It is about finding yourself in a different situation. Let me take you another card. And it's going to happen quite quickly because you've got this speed that's around you. So you're taking that leap of faith. You will do that. Regardless of your position today, these are events that are unfolding. Let me get you a timescale card, because I feel as though this is within 3. Yeah, you see, you've got judgment. We've got the number 3 here, judgment that is coming after that. So 3 months at the most, absolute most, it's going to be a time where justice is served. So this is when the truth will come out and you don't have to ask questions. It will be obvious. Everything will be seen by you. So I feel very strongly now that your best course of action really is to plot, plan and scheme, if you like, sort of be the high priestess. Do make arrangements for yourself to protect yourself. Do make sure that you've got a little nest egg. Do make sure that you are trusting good quality friends. Keep your own counsel. Don't be tempted to tell all and sundry, to tell everybody about your position or about your feelings or about your intentions. It's very much a time for the next 3 months to really look after yourself, take care of who you are, and try to think only about what you really do want for the future. This is not a time for revenge or discovery or trying to blame somebody else for what's happening in your life. It's time to be brave and to say, right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this course of action. I'm going to plot it out. I'm going to plan to be successful, because rarely do we plan to fail, do we? And you don't want to fail this time. You want to make absolutely sure that you're the one that's in control of your own destiny. Angels are with you as well. And I do have to say that, that I can feel them coming into my room. I can feel them here all around your face. So I feel that you will be sort of touched here. It's like a little cherub face that I've got, and somebody holding your head, kissing your forehead, and it's just like an angel kiss that you're being given. So the spirit with you, those loved ones in spirit who come, really, I feel, to share everything with you that you hold dear to yourself, and marking out a route and a pathway as well for you. This is a straightforward arrow, and it's really clear in the crystal. So let's bring this up again so that we can all sort of share in this pure quartz crystal. It really does look lovely. And what I'm seeing here is you enjoying that sense of spirit, really having the power of the quartz crystal to help with cosmic orders. And I think we're going to do a cosmic order for you. We're going to make a wish here because I think you need a bit of help. So everybody that watches the video, either playing it back or live, think about making a wish for our caller here so that we can say, look, find that courage. Do be prepared to move rather quickly, to make your plan and take yourself through those guiding lights that Spirit are bringing here for you. So we wish with harm to no one that opportunity and an opening will be granted to you, will be brought to you, and Spirit will do that. You're gaining a particular soul in spirit who's going to act as your mentor, your guide, that is taking you forward. I feel a little push, this, very delicate touch around your cheek, so you may dream about that. I feel that this is a lady in spirit, possibly mother, grandmother, because it's maternal line here that I am seeing. But I do feel that this is an opportunity now for you to gracefully accept that you are going to be making changes. But don't be worried, you will be helped. It's not a journey that you will be taking on your own. So I do hope that reading helps you and gives you that sort of turning point, I suppose, to say, okay, well, this is it. It's marvelous. And this is what we are going to do. So best of luck with your journey. And I will speak to you again. You can always come through to me for an email reading or a psychic reading, just like this, but it's personal and face-to-face on my website. That's gracedestiny.com. So hop along there and you'll find out all about me. So thank you very much for calling in, and we'll speak to you again. Hope you enjoyed that. Right now, we are going to go to our next caller, who is coming through straight away. I feel that our next caller is here. Hello, are you on the line?
Hi, yes.
Hello, Kathy. Hi there. It's Eleanor Grace here. I'm good, very well, thank you. And Kathy is in Wyoming, so thank you for coming through onto the show. I'm in London in the UK, so we're a long way away from each other, but we are going to get very powerful connections. Now, first of all, I'm using cards here, and what I want to see, Kathy, is where you're at here in the in the display. So these are ancient cards, and looking here, you've got the world. Well, the world is really amazing. It shows that you're reaching all corners of your strengths as a person, both mind, body, spirit, and also that future pathway that is really very strong. And I think that you're reaching out to everybody. So this is about expansion now in your life, and it's a personal expansion too. So you will be aiming now at new developments for yourself, at you taking either new courses or training, or perhaps even a hobby, a new project or a hobby that absolutely creates a marvelous opportunity for you, because it opens up something new that you haven't tried before. So there's a discovery here as well of talents and skills that you just never knew you had. So test yourself now, and don't be afraid to really sort of push the boat out and try something new. Let's see what the next card has got to say to you. Don't forget, these are my ancient cards, which are about Greek mythology. So they tend to go under the surface rather than just look at the sort of froth on the top or the icing on the cake. No, we don't do that. We look under the surface, and that's where we can get decisions. Well, decisions has come through next, and that's judgment here. And that's very important, because it means that you've got a clear mind and clarity of vision. And this is an opportunity for you to make a decision that's really good. And it's about you. It's about you. So let's see what's next. We've still got our cards here. So let's have a little look and see what we're pulling through. We'll go dive straight into the middle. Why don't we do that? Let's have a look. Wow, look at that. That's the High Priestess. So this is you now deciding very much upon who you are as well. So what qualities do you have to have? Have you really tried hard to expand your life into a new direction? But this female here is going to be significant, very important for you as a mentor, as a friend, possibly, but also as a family member. So I feel there's somebody close here to you that is going to sort of grab hold of you and pull you out of where you are at the moment and help you to move forward. The expansion is really quite big. It goes across all corners of your life. So it's a bit like reinventing yourself and putting on new outfits, new clothes, new image, new you. That's what this is about. There is somebody as well who I feel is this woman here. She is a bit difficult. She's somebody that could be quite a disruptive influence here in your life, and a person that you need to beware of and perhaps, keep your distance from. I think she's in your circle of friendship groups or neighbours, people that you encounter, generally speaking, on a daily basis. So this is where you will find your own personal sort of parameters. So I don't like this lady. I feel that she's, cloning you a bit, trying to find out a lot of information about you, being underhand and perhaps a little bit undermining. She comes into your life as a bit of a creative person, a teacher, a leader, somebody who says, oh, look, I can show you the way to go. I can give you all the answers and find solutions to all of your problems. All you have to do is listen to me. Now, that's when you've got to have that little bell ringing up there saying, no, I can make my own choices and I can have my own mind to be made up. And I feel that this is where everything begins to go very quickly, and you will find that you're in an entirely different situation to the one that you think you're in. So let's have a look now at another card as well. Let me just see what is here. So again, we're going back to the mythic here, and we're just going to dive in on this section of cards that I have. Now we've got the Empress. This is lovely. This is about you moving on. It's about you taking control of your life, and it's about you being able to settle with a home environment that really suits you. So it's like maybe a house move. Are you thinking of moving house? Is that something that's on your mind, or creating a lush home environment for yourself? And you've got water here, so you are likely to be near water. So is that something that you're contemplating at the moment?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yes.
You are. Brilliant. Okay. So with that move, do you feel as though you have to do this, that there's an energy around you that really makes it very important? Now, don't forget what I've said about this lady here, who is a thorn in your side. Do you recognize her?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, she's also the high priestess. She's somebody that hides herself in plain sight. So she will be a friend, a family member, a neighbor, somebody that is perhaps a work colleague even, but she's hiding in plain sight, but she's undermining you. So you're going to make a judgment call here. And the judgment is to move on. And that is to celebrate yourself and to put yourself in new circumstances, new surroundings that make sense to you, that give you a really, really great position to start off with now and to start your life with again. It's like that. It feels like that to me, that you're starting something again. Now, I do have the initial C around you. This is from someone in spirit, but also a H as well. So capital H and capital C. I'm seeing those very clearly in your aura when I'm connecting to you. Do you live by the ocean? Do you live next to water?
No, my home is next to the ocean, though.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems that there's a lot more water in your environment, where you're living in the near future, which you like, and I think it's good for you. So whenever you can, go to the seaside or the river or a lake or even just a little stream and just listen to the water. And if you could get anything like a waterfall or a water feature in a garden or in a park, or sit there, because Spirit's coming close to you, and it's the water that's attracting your spirit guides to you. These are family members, though, so these are your ancestors. There's 6 of them, and so you've got a surrounding pool of souls in spirit. They're all trying to get through to you here in your dreams, so you don't go into deep sleeps. I don't think your subconscious is really quite lively. Is that true? Do you find it that you're sleeping then not sleeping? Are you doing that at the moment? Yeah.
Right. My sleep has been very sporadic.
Okay. Well, this is when Spirit is coming in, and this is sort of tapping. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Are you there? It's that sort of tentative feeling, but there's a lot of psychic power in your family and in your ancestry and in your history. So that will have come down to you. And this is why perhaps you're discovering that you're not sleeping a solid 8 hours or sleeping all the way through, that now it's a time that you really do need to be thinking, all right, if somebody's trying to wake me up or get me out of bed or push me off a chair, perhaps I should consider looking into the areas of meditation and mediumship a little bit more. But you will do anyway, because you're intrigued, and I feel that that's very special for you. So the initial of C and the initial of H, they will be important. So again, we've got this card here of you feeling as though everything has passed you by, that decent people, the people that you wanted, are no longer there. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here's somebody here who is making a difference now in your near future. This is a man who is, as you can see, full of money. He's got money at his feet and he's quite well placed. Now, he's going to make you a proposition. It's an offer or a proposition which comes through from, perhaps it's work, perhaps it's around your home. But this is a man that's significant. Are you waiting for money at all? Are you waiting for a decision on money, such as, I don't know, a financial rebate or a loan or something that is going to just give you a bit of a financial boost? Because I feel that that's very prominent in the whole of your reading, because you've been picking up some coins, some gold coins, putting them in your pocket and moving yourself around. And I feel that that's a situation that will help you. So within the next 2 months, so I feel now the end of May, April, June, midsummer, you will be in a much better position emotionally and financially, but moving on is part of that. Here you've got the dragon. Now this is a spiritual dragon here, and it's a dragon that you've fought, and that is a lucky emblem, I feel, for you, and it's behind you now. So the battles that you have had are gone, but don't encourage them to linger in your mind or in your heart. So feel strong and make things happen for yourself. Let's look again into the crystal ball. So if you can try and just give yourself a really sort of strong opportunity to look into the crystal. And this is a quartz crystal. And what we're going to do is, we're coming towards the end of the show now, and we're going to look at how we can make a cosmic order, an affirmation for you. So your dearest wish, I feel, is to be able to have freedom and to not be tormented either by the past. That is very clear here. And a new start, a new beginning. There's all new beginnings tonight, with 6 souls in spirit around you. So you're never walking alone, and you won't do. So let's make another affirmation for our caller with harm to no one. We're going to wish onto the crystal ball, all together, everybody that's watching. And I just want you to feel the power of the crystal, see the aquamarine lights and see the quartz crystal glow. And this is all about communication and your aura and how you're cleansing your aura. So what we're going to do next is make that wish with harm to no one and bring all the good things to us. And you can do this for yourself at home. And we just blow very gently onto the crystal ball. And there we are. There's our wish. There's our cosmic order. And I want to welcome you back next week at the same time, where we'll have more callers and we'll make some more cosmic orders. But in the meantime, if you would like a little mini reading, then get across to my website. That's gracedestiny.com. I've been Eleanor Grace, and it's been a pleasure to read for you. And see you again very soon. Bye-bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Wendy McCallum Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Wonderful, wonderful. So my lovely listeners and viewers, thanks very much for tuning in. And you are live with me here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I know at the background, Mr. Producer Dave is either dancing or singing. But did Mr. Dave said Elvis Presley? Well, he's doing something at the background there. So here we go. So I am going to be here. I am here with you, and I'm desperately trying to think of a song by Elvis Presley. Surely I can think of something. But I tell you what, in the meantime, while I figure it out, I've got a lot of pencils, coloring pencils and crayons and various pieces of paper in front of me. I've got oracle cards, I've got tarot cards, I've got a glass of water, I've got some little notes here, because today I'd like to give you a few tips. So if this is the very first time you are joining me, yes, it's going to be a little bit arty, it's going to be artistic, it's going to be creative, but by all means, by any means, it's a psychic mediumship show. And I'm your host, Susanna Medium, and this is our show, Susanna Medium. But then you see, I said this month we are going to be arty, and then just finishing that chain of thought. Burning Love is the one probably I'm going to sing to you at the end of the show if I have a little time. So thanks to Mr. Dave here. So here we go. So a few exercises and a few empowering techniques and a few ideas for you, because yes, we can use our cards. You know, we can have our cards. We can do all the various things. The crystals, working with the crystals, working with the colors, working with the angels, and so on and so on. But then you see, I am breathing here. I'd like you to join me in this little exploration of creative ideas. And why? Because if you remember, do you remember when you were a child, and then you had your colors and you had your coloring notepad and your favorite coloring book, and you did not want anybody to color any picture, and then you expected everybody to admire everything what you were coloring and drawing, and you could spend hours and hours just coloring the princesses, the cards, the planets, and all the various things, or just from memory or from imagination, using your imagination, you drawing everything what you were really drawn to. So I really invite you to bring that child energy, that childlike inspiration, or that beautiful, beautiful place forward within yourself. And I know our life is very, very hectic, or can be very hectic, but then why not? You know, let's be creative. Let's find the pencils, let's find the crayons, and I cannot wait to do something here with you. So if you are watching and listening live, join in. If you are listening to the replay or watching the replay, pause from time to time so you give yourself enough time to have a go at the things that I'm sharing here. And then if you really would like to come on board, sign up for my newsletter on my webpage, susannamedium.com, and you scroll down to the bottom where you can sign up, because this month I'm sharing ideas, some of these ones, some of the new ones. And while I'm doing this, because yes, we are psychics, we are mediums, I love arts, I'm a registered arts therapist here in the UK, music therapist, so art is always very, very important, has been very important for me. But here we go, let's just really go into the middle of it. So put your feet down and then take a comfortable breath with me. In, breathe, and then out, breathe. And then just really feel the weight of your body on the chair, and then take another breath. In And then breathe out. And then if you have your paper with you, like I have my notepad here, my notepad and my coloring pencils, I would really like you to take one more deep breath from the core of you and then breathing out. Beautiful. Now, the very, very first exercise or little play I invite you here is sharing a dot. So join in. Have your paper, have a napkin or whatever you have in hand. And amongst the many, many colors you might find, or even if you have only a few colors ready, you choose one of them. And I'm going to choose this one. So if you can see this wonderful purple mauve color. And on my notepad here, I am going to draw a dot in the middle. So join in with me drawing a dot in the middle. And then as you are drawing the dot here, breathe into the space. Breathe into the space. Focus on the little dot here. And then when you are taking your breath in, imagine this dot is expanding in size. And when you are taking letting your air out, then imagine that this dot is shrinking together. So joining with me as you are drawing, take a deep breath in, imagining your dot is expanding, and take the breath out. It's shrinking together. And then continue with this exercise and just notice what is coming forward for you. Do you want to feel that you need to breathe faster? Do you feel that you would like to breathe by yourself without any dots? You would feel that I really want to have a different color dot? Would you feel that I want to focus on the rest of the page? Or you feel that actually I would like to draw something else on my page? So just notice what is coming up within yourself. So continue breathing one more time. In and then release out. So pause if you are listening on replay and write down everything what came up for you, any emotion, the sensation in your physical body, the emotion, what it might brought forward, the thoughts, the conversation. Maybe you started seeing something else in this dot, in the space of the dot. Maybe you started jotting down some ideas, maybe your shopping list, maybe your things to do. But notice how it all related to one simple exercise. And then very well done, because you allowed yourself to be in the space of breathing and drawing a dot. Another thing what you can do is that you draw a circle. So when you are drawing your circle, let me just do the circle for you. I'm choosing a different color. Choose a different color. I go with the dark blue. You know, I am drawing a big circle here. And then you see why you are drawing your circle. Look at my circle, freehand circle. Notice, did you draw a small circle? Did you draw a large circle? Did you draw the circle in the middle of your page, or maybe somewhere in the corner hiding? It's so minute you don't even want to notice. Or maybe you are analyzing your circle and you think, oh, it's not a circle, it's a triangle. Or you ended up something an oval, and you are already analyzing yourself that, oh, I can't even draw a circle. So just notice what is coming up with you, okay? So notice. Again, take a breath in and breathing out. And then whether it's in the circle or outside the circle, pause if you are listening on replay, and then write down what is coming up with you. The most beautiful thing is, because right now we are not concentrating on anything. We are not drawing. We don't want to have an outcome of anything. We are just with the dot. We are just with the circle. Now, I go back to my dot. We will just go with the exercises. And if you feel that you really want to join in, sign up for my newsletter. And then also at the end of the month, on the 20th of May, I will talk to you about this another time as well. I run a masterclass. So again, how we are using the arts, and not just the visual arts, but all the other arts. Now go back to your dot, have a different color. And I'm going to do it a little bit faster now, because what I'd like you to do, okay, and then you do the same without thinking, pick up a color and then just go with the dots, okay? Anywhere on your page, do your dots. One here, I do one here. I change my colors. I do another one there. I do another one there. You can make smaller, larger dots. I'm doing here, 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 anywhere without even looking. You can close your eyes. You can do it with your right hand. You can do it with your left hand. You can do it with two hands, two pencils in two hands. So something like this. You will have your dots. Now, do you remember when you were a child and you liked the dots, two dots? Have another color, and oh my goodness, my lovely friends and listeners, just go for it. Your task is to link the dots together. So whether you are using straight lines or curvy lines, or the lines are going sideways or zigzag, or any way we are going, maybe crossing each other, maybe these two want to be just by themselves, or this one wants to have other circles around standing by itself. So just experiment with your dots, link them together with lines and different lines. You know, maybe like this one wants to be by itself, you know. So pause if you are listening on replay, and then pick a color, and then between the lines and between the shapes, how I can link these ones together. So you see right now I'm just doing it a bit faster just to demonstrate something here for you, okay? Creating something like this, but not because you want to create, because you just want to be playful, you want to be childlike. We are doing this. Why are we doing this on a psychic mediumistic, A1R psychic radio and Moonstruck TV? Why we are doing? Because creative energy and being within your own soul and playing and letting the energies play with you and play within you is just so very, very important. Now, when you are here, I will go until my show lasts, and then, oh, I've got a kite here. Look at that. I noticed the kite. Did you notice the kite? I did not know I was drawing a kite, but I ended up drawing a kite. Now, if I have a little time, or if you are listening on replay, write about the object, what you created. I love my kite. I wasn't thinking of a kite, but I am a free energy, a free spirit. I love kites. I love looking up in the sky. I find it very meditative. I'm already humming and singing when I'm seeing the kites. It reminds me of something else when I was a child. La la la. You know, you can go with your own story. So my lovely friends and listeners, so today I had just a little short time here to share a few ideas with you. Tune in with my program, because we are going to explore all the energies, what we can do with our colors, with our shapes, how we can link them together with our cards and using our psychic and mediumistic abilities. So if you enjoyed this exercise, send me an email, hello@susanamedium.com. Go on to my website, susanamedium.com, or social media, susanamedium.com. And thanks very much for joining in, and come on board, sign up for my newsletter, and let's be very, very creative, especially now in May. So thanks very much, Mr. Dave, and see you in 7 days' time. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and it is great to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Before we get to our caller, I want to do a shout out to all our moms, right? We have Mother's Day coming up. So whether you're a mom, whether you have a mom here on the earth plane or in the spirit world, it's a shout out to all moms. I'm also running a special right now. I just put up today. So if you're a mom and you would like a psychic reading, or if you would like to connect with Mom in Spirit, if you go to my website, mediumkellykristen.com, and book a reading, put in mom23, and boom, you get your discount. So that's the discount code again is mom23. So I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who reached out and followed me or liked my Facebook page. I love connecting with you. I think I mentioned before that as a, my profession was a teacher, and this is kind of difficult for me on radio because I've always been taught to, gauge for feedback, and I feel like I'm talking to myself. So I love when you guys chat with me on Facebook or Instagram. So thank you for doing that. And also, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this before. I know so many of you on here are either starting your spiritual journey, or you know that feeling that you just might have something going on, right? I mean, everybody's psychic, but I have a free beginner class, and you can find it on Eventbrite or on my webpage at mediumkellykristen.com, and it's called Psychic Medium Class for Baby Beginners. So they're on Tuesdays, almost every Tuesday. I have a couple different times. You just come and you get to ask questions. If you were afraid to join a class, you can ask me the question. Sometimes we do little mini exercises. Sometimes I just talk about some of the terminology that you may or may not know. It's just a really good way to get to ask your questions that you might be afraid to ask. And I would love to meet all of you in person. So that is actually on Zoom. So again, you can find that on Eventbrite or on my webpage. And on Eventbrite, I'm under Medium Kelly Kristen. So please join me. And we're still waiting for a caller. So let's see. Let's pull a card. Right. I'm going to pull from my Into the Lonely Woods, which is a beautiful deck, even though it sounds like it's a sad deck. It's not. Let's see what I get. Oh, Blessed Reunion. And if you can see, I have two, oops, I'm so terrible at holding up the card. Two little like elemental kind of beautiful, they're not monsters, but they're just beautiful, embraced. So Blessed Reunion. So you know what this actually just reminds me of? Just what I was talking about. That reunion with, it could be with mom, could be mom in spirit. It could be somebody else, right, in spirit. It could be with somebody who you connect with on a soul basis, right? We all have those people that when you meet them, you kind of feel like, I know that person, or, I might feel like I've known you before. So Blessed Reunion is just a really beautiful card, really lovely. And you know what, actually, it also reminds me kind of what my theme is for the whole thing is shine your light bright, right? So having that reunion, that time connecting with somebody else, shining your light bright, right? So maybe we haven't talked about that in a while. Let's practice that again this week about shining our light bright. Okay, so others can see us and find us and connect with us. And I think we have our caller. Leslie, is that right?
Yes.
Hi, Leslie, and you're from New York?
I am.
Awesome. I love New York. How's the weather there right now? Could you hear me, Leslie?
It cut out for a second. I can hear you now.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, I'm not going to waste your time asking about the weather. What kind of a reading would you? That's what I was asking. What kind of a reading would you like? What were you looking for?
I would like to know what spirit wants me to know about my relationship.
Oh, okay. All right. Just feel in a little bit. The very first thing that comes through for you is that you have a lot of people backing you up on the other side. And I'm not sure if you know that, if you're aware of that. And I feel like some of these people are actually more ancestral, because I feel like these are people that you may not have known here, but you know as a soul. So I feel like this is where I'm kind of getting my information from, because I feel like you have this whole team behind you that supports you. And the first thing I think I want to mention about that is that you've done, this is interesting, that you've done a really good job of healing any past family trauma. And I don't know if that would make sense to you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because regarding the relationship, I feel like you're not carrying that into this relationship. But I do feel like that you have set up some good boundaries. And I just want to advise you to address those boundaries again, just so you don't give in, if that makes sense to you. Would you understand that at all?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Not that you are, it's just you have this big, beautiful, kind heart. And sometimes it's easy to forget and stand up for ourselves.
Right.
I also feel like you're psychic as well, right? And I always say when you ask for a relationship reading, you're kind of looking for validation. And I'd like to invite you to I'd like to invite you to look inward, because I feel like you already know the answer to the question you just asked me.
I do know the
answer. and remember what you want, right? Even though I don't know if I want to say you try to fight it, it's just more of, I feel like you are the one to give in. And so I'm trying to say, I guess, don't be the one to give in, even on small things. And I also feel like a lot of being able to express and communicate is important. And I feel like this also goes to boundaries as well. Not being afraid to ask what you deserve. And that sometimes feels really selfish for us. And sometimes we almost like self-sabotage ourselves and talk ourselves out of it. And I'm not saying the relationship's bad, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just actually trying to be almost like, actually, not me, Spirit's coming through to ask you to be a cheerleader for yourself, to, stand up for yourself and speak your truth, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Would you understand that at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not, I know it sounds like I'm like doom and gloom here, but I think I'm just trying to make you recognize that you don't want to settle for past patterns, because you've broken through all that. You have,
I know.
You've healed that part of yourself. You don't want to rip open that wound again, right?
I know. I've done a lot of work.
I can tell, and this is what I'm being told. And it's almost like I'm guilty of the same thing. We get in these patterns and then we make excuses, and then we almost like self-sabotage ourselves, right? Because we're not enjoying the journey, or we're looking for the final destination, but we're actually on a journey. So almost taking that time to slow down and think about the journey and each piece of it. Does this make me happy? Am I happy? Is this what? And don't think what's at the end. Don't think, am I going to have a relationship? Am I going to get married? Am I going to do this, that, or the other thing? Think about how the journey, like you're picking up, okay, I get this picture of actually picking up like little jewels off the ground. It's almost like you're putting them in, like, I don't know, a bowl or a basket. You want to pick up each one. You don't want to leave any of them behind instead of rushing to the end, because you might, I don't know why I'm saying this, but this is what I'm being told. So really listening to yourself. Don't fall into those self-sabotaging, self-limiting patterns, because you've done so much work, right? You know in your heart. Does that ring true for you at all?
Yeah, all of it.
Okay. I really feel like, and I also can tell that you're also either already on your spiritual journey or thinking about it or starting, or do you do things like meditation or take classes or something like that? Talk to your spirit guides?
I do it all.
Yeah. Okay.
I do it all.
So we're easier, myself included, on giving the advice, right? But we're not so good about taking our own advice. And so I know you know in your heart and soul what's right for you, what will make you happy on your journey. So and sadly we are out of time, but thank you so much for calling. I really appreciate it. It was great to connect with you. Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. And for the rest of you, stay tuned for my friend Carmel Ann on Soulfully Guided. She's amazing. And I will see you all next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petrocelli. Live from TammyPetrocelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, it's Tammy Petrocelli from Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center and Tammy Petrocelli Medium right here in Newark, Delaware, USA. I hope the weather and the energy is beautiful where you are. We are starting to close in. We will be closing in on Mercury in retrograde soon. So hopefully the energy will be stronger. But watch out, people. Are you ready for that Gemini energy coming in? I already said, nope, not ready. I'm still breathing from all this crazy energy that we have had. The eclipse, the full moon, the Taurus energy, the Mercury in retrograde, everything going on. But I'm good, and I hope you're well also, wherever you are watching us from. I just want you to know that Tammy Petrocelli, Energy Healing and Spirit Talk, along with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck.tv, we really appreciate you when you join us. We really do. So I know I'll be taking a caller shortly as soon as one calls in or connects in. And I want to remind you, I am closing in on the end of my second book, What I Learned Talking to the Other Side. And I want to include a frequently asked questions section. And I want you to be a part of the book. So you can email me at pikecreekreiki@aim.com. You can contact me through my website, tammypetrocelli.com or pikecreekreiki.com. Either one will get you to the same email. And you can email me, you can WhatsApp me, 302-530-6682. If you're not in the US, or I guess if you are, stick a 1 in front of there, 1-302-530-6682. So what are you getting prepared for? We just finished In Bulk and Beltane. And this is the time to remind you that summer is coming. We hope you have planted the seeds that you want to see build to fruition. That doesn't just mean your herbs and your plants and your flowers. It can also mean manifesting what you need in your life. So whether that is about relationships, whether that is about changing something in your life, whether that is about new job or something that you want to do, now's the time. We are still in that energy, and now is the time to put these plans in place. So I hope that you are putting these plans in place and that you are ready to manifest what you need, okay? So what do? We don't just tell the world what we want, but we have to also put a plan. You can't just expect everything to fall into your plate, in your lap. You have to put a plan together. So I hope that you're working on that. And Natasha in Bristol. Hello, Natasha in Bristol. I have flown in quite a few times to Bristol. How are you today?
Not too bad.
Okay, Natasha, do you have a question for me, or is there someone on the other side you would like to connect with?
Someone on the other side.
Mom on the other side, you said?
No. Well, she was like a mum to me.
Okay, she'll come in with a mom energy. Could I have her first name, please?
Irene.
Irene. Okay. I feel a very, very comforting energy with Irene. She makes me feel, yes, you're the one who said she was like a mom to you. But I feel like this was kind of her position with a lot of people. I feel this woman that's coming in as very compassionate and understanding. And would she have fostered children, please?
No.
Or taken other than yourself, taking a lot of children under her wing?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I feel with her. Like she was born to be a mentor. She was born to help people that she didn't give birth to. She was born to help these women. I feel like there was, the teen years and the early 20 years she just knew how to communicate with that age group. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. She also brings in the man who was average height. He makes me feel I see him in kind of a flannel shirt or a plaid shirt, and either I kind of see him in jeans or khakis. It's kind of like he dressed um, very comfortably. I also see him as an older man, going bald, but thinning gray hair, salt and pepper hair, whatever. Maybe a little bit of facial hair, meaning, like either he didn't shave every day. I see him as older. And would this be grandfather for you? I don't feel like it's her husband, but it could be.
Grandfather. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Grandfather.
This sounds like your grandfather. Would that be his physical description, please?
Yeah.
Yes, she brings him in, and he makes me feel that he was a bit of a quiet man. Do you understand that? A little bit reserved. He makes me feel like, kind of calming, and I think that's why they got along well on the other side, because they both had this calming aspect about them. And you understand him being what we would call here like a blue collar worker.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. So he wouldn't have worked in an office or worn, white collar, white shirt to work. You understand that? Maybe someone who worked with their hands or worked in a factory or farming. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. He also shows me that I don't know if he had a garden, but he's showing me loving the outside or loving nature or loving working with dirt. Does that make sense to you, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we know that we do have this grandfather, and this mom's father, please?
No.
Dad's father?
My mum's granddad as well.
I'm sorry, how is
My
this
mum's
man
granddad.
your mother's grandfather, but not father?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you understand having an estranged relationship with your own father, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. He's just given me some evidence so that I know who I am talking to. Okay. He comes in very supportive, very supportive. They both make me feel that you have a lot going on with you right now. That
Yeah.
you seem to be worried about or overly concerned. And they're saying that it's time for you to take a step back and look at your options. You're not seeing all of the options. Do you understand that? Do you feel like there is uh, blocked in? Do you feel blocked in or caved
Yeah.
in is for some reason is what I want to say. I don't know why the word caved, but they're telling me that there are options for you. You just aren't looking at them all because the best option for you is not the one you want. Is there an opportunity, please, for you to move away?
I want to.
Okay. And they're making me feel like this would be a good choice. So maybe you're finding it difficult to manifest that. Like I was saying right before you came on, that you may be finding there's a difficult way for you to manifest or to put that into fruition. And they're telling me you will find the way. It's time to just do it. They're telling me that it's time for you to let go of things that you are holding on to. And I feel like that means people.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You got to do what's best for you. You got to kiss them goodbye and do what's best for you. I really do, Natasha, think that this is an important fork in the road for you, an important time for you to make a decision for your highest good and what is best for you. They also tell me that where you want to move, there are people you know, or there is a connection for you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yes. So reach out and make that happen. Reach out and make that happen, please. Irene, what a sweetheart. She said, just get in the car, get on the train and go, and just go. I feel like you don't like, you're not crazy about change. Change isn't real easy for you. And you like to have, you don't have the confidence right now to think that if you make that change that you will be able to make it. Have you tried that once before and ended up coming back home?
No.
No? Okay. What I may be feeling is that it's the fear of not making it out, not making it come to fruition, and ended up coming back home. So Irene and your great grandfather are telling me that there is a way, that it is the best for you, and that it's really time for you to do what it is that you want to do. Your intuition is correct. Follow your dreams, make it happen. It's time for you to get away from the feeling of feeling blocked in. Natasha, thank you so much for calling in. I hope this made sense to you. I hope that it's helpful, and I appreciate you very much. And I support you as well as your loved ones in spirit. I want to thank you, everyone, for checking in with us today. You can always find me right here, 3:15 on Tuesdays, Eastern Standard Time, at A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck.tv. You can find me Fridays at noon Eastern Standard Time on Facebook under Tammy D. Petrocelli Medium and PikeCreekReiki.com, or Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center. Don't forget PikeCreekReiki.com and TammyPetrocelli.com. And always doing one-on-ones. We can do Facebook, we can do Zoom, we can do Skype. I love you guys. Mwah. Thank you. Have a wonderful week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Vancouver Island Media with Terry Lynn Boyle. Terry Lynn Boyle. Live from terrylynnboyle.ca.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Vancouver Island Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello. How are you on this beautiful Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm Terry Lynn Boyle, known as the Vancouver Island Medium, and this is my beautiful friend, Nicole Natras. Nicole is an entrepreneur. She's a playwright. She's a dramaturge. She is a beautiful human being. She does creative journaling. Oh my gosh, I don't even know the whole list. Can you tell us a little about yourself there, Nicole?
Well, I do a lot of different things like many of us do in the world, where we have a lot of gifts and talents. And I am an addiction counselor. I kind of had two careers. One is an addiction counselor, and the other is in theater as a performer, live performer for over 20 years. Playwright, I help people write their plays. I'm a counselor, and now I kind of help folks. I do a lot of coaching and help folks really achieve their artistic, personal, professional transformation. And she is one of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah, I'm also one of her clients. So.
Well, that's not why.
Oh, I thought maybe I paid her. So, you know, I get on the favorite list. So anyway, Nicole's been with me before, and you've been watching the show a couple times. I know with Nicole in it. And I just want to say, Berlin is in the house, okay? I just want to say hello. Both of us want to do a shout out to, let me just read the name. We both put our glasses on.
Elmira
Dindeel.
Yeah.
That's probably not the way your name is said, but Elmira from Berlin, you sent us a beautiful, beautiful email, and I promise we're going to get back to you, both of us. And I hope you're listening today, because Berlin, we're in the house, right?
We are. Hello,
That's
Berlin.
right.
It's really nice to get this email from you.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that she talked a lot about your creative journaling, and I am very... this woman is one of my favorite people as well, because she helps so many people with her journaling and the way that you are able to, you know, when you say something, I can be all flustered and upset about something, and I can tell you about it. And then you're like, well, maybe this is why this is happening. What are you going through in your mind? And she starts to make me think about things that I don't think about. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, I'm being silly. I'm good.
Thank you for that, Terlyn. I feel like I've been really, really lucky in my life to be connected to my center of creativity and truth and love.
So I just want to say something now. We were talking earlier before we went on the air about what you did on Friday. Did you want to mention anything about that, or should we just move on?
We'll just move on.
Okay.
And maybe it'll come up later.
Yeah, I think that that's a good thing. So what we're going to do today is I have done a reading for Nicole before. And when I do readings, we thought we'd talk a little bit about how this works, because I don't believe that I'm special. I believe that everyone can do readings. Everyone can be connected to their divine. They can receive messages. I've probably done this in past lifetimes, because it seems like I've got a little bit more hanging on over on the other side, or maybe I just have a lot of people over there and they're like, hey.
And you're a little bit modest too.
Okay.
She has a lot more information, but I do think that all of us have that potential,
yes,
right? To be
I think so.
Tapped in when we really tune in.
Well, and I think that just being aware and being mindful, developing a daily spiritual practice, and the biggest thing is to believe in yourself. This past weekend, I went up to the very tip of Vancouver Island in Port McNeill, and I did a spirit fair. And I haven't done a spiritual fair. Well, I've never done medium readings at a spiritual fair because, well, they're like an hour long, and I was doing like 20-minute readings. So I was a little bit nervous that I wouldn't be able to give enough to the people in that 20 minutes. You know, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to think of anything. Oh, I won't get messages that quick. So many things came up in my head. But I went and did it anyway, just to get out of my comfort zone, because I tell everybody, oh, is it uncomfortable for you over there? Well, then jump in. So I got to start walking the walk that I talk. So I went to this spiritual fair, and I was booked all day long. I did 20-minute readings, and it was like I was doing a flash reading. I was like, okay, I'm used to I know,
flash reading. It's like speed dating, right?
It's almost what it felt like. They would sit down and I'd go, okay, now I'm used to doing an hour reading. This is 20 minutes. So if there's somebody not coming in, you want to talk to them, just bring them up and I'll try and connect with them. Okay, boom, go. And that's what we did. But the thing was, I had beautiful readings. There were beautiful people there. There were so many messages that came across. So the biggest thing that I learned was, and Nicole can vouch for this, because I was saying that I didn't know that I would do readings anymore. And I was going to back away. And when I went on Saturday, I said, all right, Spirit, you know, you're going to have to show me that this is what I'm meant to do. And when I sat down, the messages that came through were probably stronger than any of the hour-long or hour-and-a-half-long readings that I've done before in my life. It was a beautiful day. So many messages, so many tears, so many people helped. And I walked away going, okay, so let's just go ahead and believe in ourselves, because that's the key, isn't it?
I agree. And also, it sounds to me like you stopped resisting, you know?
Yeah. I just allowed I allowed to whatever was going to, come through instead of there, like sometimes you're like, well, maybe not, I better not say that just in case, or something like this, but I don't do that anymore. As of Saturday, it's like whatever comes through, comes through. Mm-hmm. So as we're sitting here now, though, I want you to know, Nicole, that your grandmother is here. Your grandfather on your father's side is here. Oh, as well as your grandfather on your mother's side is here. You have a bunch of grandchildren here. I mean, not children, grandparents. Sorry, you're the grandchild. Careful. I have 8 grandchildren.
Just not there yet.
I had kids younger.
My heart.
Her son's only 13. Mm-hmm. My son's 36. So,
oh my goodness.
Anyway, so, when we talked about having doing just a bit of a live reading for Nicole here. So some of the things that was funny as we were sitting here, they started coming through and I was like, okay, so one of the funniest things, and I just told her this, it was so funny just before we started, is that all of a sudden, all 4 grandparents started coming in and started talking about how Nicole used to flit around. And I use the word flit because that's what it was. And they say that she was full of joy and laughter, and they could just see the little, what is that word I'm looking for? The mischievous, that bubbly, okay, but we'll go with mischievous.
I had a nickname too. It was Miss Biz.
Oh, that makes sense. That
very busy, running around, flitting around.
Very, very busy. Mm-hmm. So, and some of the messages that have come through for Nicole during this, well, it was kind of like a flash reading, wasn't it? Because it was just like a boom, they're here. This is what's going on. Mm-hmm. You can talk about your father if you'd like to, because a little bit came over about her dad. There's lots of things that Nicole and I have talked about. Oh gosh. Anyway, the one thing that I really, 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 because so many people come in and talk to me about, I have these intuitions, I have these messages, I don't know what to do. I'm not you. Well, you don't know, you don't want to be me. No, you want to be you, right? Mm-hmm. And you want to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
And you want to take control of who you are and always be your true, authentic self, which means self-care, mm-hmm. right?
And to notice what you're resisting. I that keeps coming back to me because...
So you talk about that, because I know I resist to talk about it.
Right. Like resistance is when we just notice we're kind of arguing with ourselves, or we're holding on to something, or we're trying to maybe control the way things need to unfold, or, it never happens to me, of course. But when we start to notice our own resistance, when we start to notice our worry, when we start to notice our control, when we start to notice our fears, that's resistance actually. And when we address it, when we approach it, when we acknowledge it and we're aware of it and not judge ourselves because of it.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean not judge?
Like not judge the fact that we're resisting, right? It's like, it's normal. We are having a human experience, right? We are spiritual beings that are connected,
right? Yeah.
But we're humans, so we're gonna want to maybe judge ourselves and want to be perfect and all those things. So for me, when I notice my resistance, say I'm fearful about something, say I've been procrastinating about something, I'll let Nicole do that for a certain amount of time, and then I'll say, okay, that's enough. I'm gonna find out what's really going on underneath this resistance. I explore it in my journal. I take that self-care time and go, hey, what's going on, Nicole? Is this fear? Are you afraid of something? It'd be hard to admit. I still get scared sometimes. Like you're saying, well, I'm still kind of nervous sometimes. I've never done this before. I'm going out of my comfort zone. I'm doing flash readings for the first time, right? So you want to notice that resistance, and then you want to let it go. And how do we let it go? Not by just intellectualizing it, by exploring it, examining it. We might even have some feelings about it. Feeling our feelings, we let go of the resistance, and guess what the universe does? Just brings in what you need, because it just goes, thank you for not resisting that so much. Why were you procrastinating on that? And I believe the universe rewards that work.
Yes.
That's integration.
Yes, it is. That is integration, of course.
And then I can move forward, and then the universe can bring what I need to bring. And the most important thing, I think, is that people get caught up when they're looking at their own resistance and they judge it, and that locks it in. It's like it's locked in, right?
Yes.
Instead of just going, wow, I'm human. This doesn't feel good. I'm not happy with myself for procrastinating on this for 3 weeks, but I'm going to have courage. I'm going to do the right thing, which really is to take care of ourselves and to be self-responsible, to examine it, be aware of it, let it go with grace, compassion, and then we're free again.
Okay, I have a question for you, right? When you were in school, were you the girl that did the term paper that was, assigned a month earlier the night before?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, I was too. So now I have something to aspire to.
Oh, right. But it's like,
because you're not that girl anymore.
No, but we all have blocks. We all have resistances. We all struggle, right? We all have struggles.
Oh, everybody. And so that is one thing. Don't judge yourself, especially with the struggles, and don't expect yourself to be perfect. I'm talking about things that I have always struggled with. I was raised in a time to where everything was perfect. People were coming over, the house was clean. Everything shoved in the closet and everything else, and we were all dressed, all of us kids dressed properly. We appeared perfect.
Most important thing.
Yeah.
Right?
So it took me a long time to realize that I don't have to be perfect, that my life doesn't have to be perfect. And if I was perfect and my life was perfect, how boring would that be?
Super boring.
And nobody'd like me because I'd be so much better than everybody.
Well,
right?
and the other piece is that she wouldn't be growing. So, right, when I'm coaching with people and I hear them step out of their comfort zone, like, for example, I just did this new workshop for myself where I work with a lot of creative alchemy, and I was scared to say those words that people would think I was flaky. Kind of like how when I met Terry Lynn years ago, over 10 years ago, and you were just coming out as with your gifts as a medium.
Yeah.
And
I was actually telling people.
I do this. Please be okay with it, right? Like, it's vulnerable. And so I talked about creative alchemy, and I went out of my comfort zone, and I had all this resistance and kind of judgment. And I had to really work through it and go, this is my gift. Sensitivity is my gift. It's also been challenging in my own personal journey to kind of make friends with that sensitivity in myself, especially as a child, even as a teen. But like, I'm using my sensitivity in creativity and truth and love to help others. Let's do it. Let's articulate it. And if I make a mistake or I don't quite give you the right directions, guess what? I can speak in draft. I can erase what I say and go, you know what? Actually, I didn't really mean that. I meant this.
Or you can say, I used to believe that way, but then I've learned something else and now it's evolved into this way, right? Everything evolves. You're never, ever going to say the perfect sentence unless you're looking at someone and go, I love you.
Well, unless you have an editor and it's published in a book, which is really great. I love that about editing, where you can see your words and go, oh my gosh, it's actually perfect now. But I had nothing to do with that because it was the editor who went in and went, what's this punctuation? Right.
Well, she spelled her name wrong. That's 2 L's in there, not 1.
Like, there's part of being, having humility is, it's actually a beautiful thing when it connects us with our core and that core love, right?
Yes.
That we are loved, that we are enough, that we are allowed to make mistakes. We're allowed, like as Terry Lynn says, progress, not perfection.
Yes.
There's something so beautiful about that.
Well, it is. And, like a lot of times we do tend to be judgmental, and what is that? We look at people and go, oh my gosh, they're so egotistical. Oh my gosh, look at what they're doing. 9 times out of 10, if you look in the mirror, it's actually what you're doing, right? It's the mirror image, the mirror the mirror
reflection.
Sure, okay. That's the word I was looking for.
Comparing ourselves, right?
Yeah, we are.
Comparing ourselves to other people.
Yeah, so when you see something that you don't like in someone, go and look in the mirror and actually look within yourself and say, hey, Is this something that I don't like because I do it and I want to stop? So that's been a big lesson for me because, trying not to be perfect. Trying not to be perfect. That did not come out right.
You know what's beautiful though with age is that we grow to have, I think, more understanding and more compassion, and we let go of all those things, right? Like I don't look the same way I did in my 20s. Like
you don't?
No.
Oh, I do.
Or all those things, right? There's a grace that's given when we really recognize each other's goodness, and when we recognize that we're all connected.
Yes,
it's
right.
Beautiful.
It is to be. One of the best times that I felt so much energy, and I was like, oh, like people do this all the time. Wow. I was at a group meditation, and I'd never been to this group before. And there was probably 40 of us in there. And we were all meditating at the same time. No, we didn't all have exactly the same beliefs. We didn't all dress the same. We didn't all look the same. We were, some were in flip-flops, some were in high heels. We were in dresses, shorts. I don't think there was any bathing suits, but you get what I'm saying. And I sat there and meditated, and it was one of the most powerful things I've ever felt. The energy exchange that you have. And then we did a Reiki circle one time, and just, you sitting here and me doing Reiki on you while you do Reiki on the next person and the next person, and just having like a chain. It was like an unbreakable chain with 20 people of this beautiful, amazing energy working through. So
that's where we want to get to.
Yes.
If we can on a daily practice to bring it back to that spiritual practice that you were talking about earlier. We want to get to, even if we can tune into that for 2 to 5 minutes a day, 15 minutes. We don't have to live there again. We don't have to be perfect at all of this. We're all juggling different things in our lives, work, career, the world is a very busy place, family, all those things. But even if we can tap into that self-care, that love piece, that beautiful energy, 2 to 15 minutes a day, whether it's through journaling, through meditation, through prayer, through art, through dance, through physical activity,
singing,
anything,
walking, swimming,
nature,
yes,
kids, playful activities. It's such a high vibration. I think, honestly, it boosts our mental, physical, emotional, spiritual immune systems.
It does. And that is it. I love that.
Me too.
Spiritual immune system. Oh, high five there, girlfriend. Got something there.
Creativity,
we're going to patent that. Okay.
Alchemy comes. I also think that you and I together, we're exploring our connection and what we have to offer everybody out there in the world.
Yeah.
And it's been really, just want to say how grateful I am to you for allowing me to share the space with Terry Lynn and to talk about her gifts and to talk about my gifts and how we might uplift other people, because that's the road we're on. That's the path that we're on.
It is. It is. And I have to say that over this year, I have had some health issues, and probably mostly due to stress and overworked and, not taking care of myself properly. And so I've had Nicole come in and help me with the shows, because I just have not had the energy to just do it myself. Normally I do 2 readings. And so I will get back to doing that at some point here, hopefully. But for right now, having Nicole, who I feel is, she has so much to say to the world, and please listen to her, because she's very smart.
Oh.
You're getting to be a wise old crone.
Thank you.
Although she's like 10, 12, 15 years younger than I am.
But who's counting?
But who's counting?
I'm 103. Okay. I'm just going to come out and say I'm 103. Actually, my grandmother, who showed up today, who always shows up when Terry Lynn's around, she lived till she was 103.
Did she?
And she was such an incredibly strong woman. And it's so beautiful to be around Terry Lynn when you receive a reading. Because what's beautiful about it is Terry Lynn doesn't necessarily remember every single person, 6 months later.
I don't remember any of them tomorrow.
But my grandmother is constantly on your shoulder talking.
See, I don't know. When I said your grandmother, I said, your mom's mom, and you said, yeah, she always comes through. I was like, oh,
She does. I think last time we did a reading, you said, "Oh, that woman has been talking at me for about 30 minutes before you got here."
Yeah, that happens at times.
Yeah, that's my grandmother. You know, we're so blessed to be able to just know that our ancestors are with us. There's lots of times in my life, in creative work and different work, where I've literally stopped and felt the strength of my ancestors, and that's partly because I hear them through you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I start sentences and then I stop in the middle of them because they go way over there and I can't quite see them anymore.
Because you got emotional.
Because I got emotional. Or because I started to get a message. A lot of times that happens too. So your grandma's here. That's why she keeps going like this to me, right? She's going, hey, look at her. Isn't she cute? She goes, she's just a little bit taller than what she was at 3. So Nicole's very short. So
yeah, but inside I'm very tall.
Oh yes, it truly is. Dynamite does come in small packages on the outside. So but this is a big thing. When you want to do something like this, okay, believe in yourself. Be your true authentic self. And again, accept yourself. Accept you for who you are. And if you don't like who you are, then choose to change that part of you. Try and understand, as Nicole's been saying, try and understand the root of the problem. Where does this fear come from? Is it from childhood? Do you need to look at your inner child and do maybe an inner child meditation?
Yeah.
Do you need to forgive yourself for maybe not being the perfect mother? Because, you know, there's so many of us that are such a perfect mother.
Yeah. And the other piece is recognize that you can ask for help.
Yes.
You don't have to do everything alone. And it's actually a lot better when we reach out and we get support, like coaching or counseling or with a friend. Like sharing our problems actually halves a problem, right?
Yeah.
And so just to know that we all have those pieces that we're working on.
Okay, so how often? Well, I know you get this from me all the time. Oh, I don't want to be a burden. I don't know if you're busy. You've got so much going on.
And trust that that other person has their own personal power, that they can say, you don't need to take care of them. You can say, that other person can say, hey, you're not a burden, but I can't do it today. Let's do it tomorrow. Trust in someone else's sovereignty. And by sovereignty, I mean their personal power, their personal authority.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Trust in that person's authority. Trust in your own authority.
Okay, so I'm going to trust in myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to accept myself.
Yeah, which is a lifelong process.
Yes, it did.
No pressure.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. By tomorrow. No.
So, realistic expectations.
Yes. And the big thing too, don't beat yourself up because you're not out there doing an hour-long meditation every single day. Mm-hmm. You know, you're not spending 2 hours writing in your journal, dear diary, right? You know, be who you are. You don't have to sit and write in a book. Go sit at the ocean or a lake or a woods or somewhere that you have a happy place and just sit. Just enjoy nature. Find gratitude. Mm-hmm. It's all good. That's a beautiful way to journal or to meditate. I meditated this past weekend driving up Island to Port McNeill. Mm-hmm. You know, you
do it in the shower.
Just thinking, you know, mm-hmm. I don't know. I think everybody just needs to love themselves more. And that is the biggest thing that I can see.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It's like liquid honey. It's liquid gold when we tap into that.
Yes.
Right? That love.
We could do a reality show. You know, they have that Gold Rush. We could do, it's on Discovery. I only know because my husband watches it. I don't know. It's something about panning for gold and all that stuff, right? And if we could do like Liquid Gold Rush, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Gold Rush. I thought we were going to do a reality TV show in your store.
Oh, we could do a reality TV show in my store. Mm-hmm. We could. Yeah. I do readings. I could do. Anyway, I do readings in the store, a lot of times if somebody comes in, I will go, oh, I see them. And so I go over and I'm like, excuse me, can I help you? So anyway, we should do that.
We should.
Or you want to call TLC?
Some information on our next time. We'll talk about the new reality TV show.
Yeah, maybe Moonstruck TV wants to do a reality TV show. That would be cool, hey?
I think we're almost running out of time.
I do believe we are, but it's been such a pleasure to have you with me here again. I'm sure you'll be back.
Thank you.
I ask for help now because she taught me how.
And if you have any questions for either one of us, send us an email. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. You can get a hold of me on Vancouver Island Medium on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, or you can get a hold of me at terrylynboyle@gmail.com. And I can shoot you on over to Nicole. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you again, Nicole, for being with us. Thanks, Dave.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. Today, we're going to continue doing an educational show, and I'm going to be talking to you today about the clairs, your body. That is the most important thing, and your space. All right, so you can just relax. If it's easier for you to close your eyes just for the purpose of being able to focus more, you won't always need to do it with your eyes closed, so it's up to you the way you want to proceed with that today. But I would suggest if you're doing this for the first time, just close your eyes so you're able to focus. And I want you to just visualize a white ribbon of light coming down and just protecting you and wrapping around your body from head to toe. Once you've done that, I want you to visualize a white light going all the way around you. So it's forming like a bubble around you, and you are inside this white light that is a bubble, and you're protecting your body, your auric field at this point, keeping you safe. So then it's very important to do some deep breathing so your body can just completely relax. When you lose focus, remember, always go back to your breath and you can start again. All right. So I want you to just breathe into the count of 4 and hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Start to become aware of your space, the energy around you. Put out a thought to your guide that you want to work on your clairs today. And just start to feel the energy around your body. See if you feel anything different. And I want you to ask your guide to give you a visual to help you understand your clairvoyance. Ask them to give you something that they love about you and see what you see. Now I want you to ask your guide to tell you something. To work with your clairaudience. You may hear it objectively, which is outside of your body, or you may hear it internally. Either way is fine. Could come to you just like it sounds like a thought. I want you now to ask your guide to give you something for you to work with your clairsentience. So you're sensing and feeling. Could be a feeling in your body. Could be a sense of happiness or a feeling of in a certain part of your body. If you receive a feeling in your body and it continues to stay with you and it's something you didn't have beforehand, ask your guide to take it away. Okay, and you may need to do this more than one time, and that's fine. Remember, you're learning. Now I want you to ask your guide to work with your clairgustance, which is your clear tasting. So you may get metallic taste in your mouth or something else. I was helping somebody on a missing persons case once, and I had received the taste of cheese. And well, I like cheese, so I was not thinking about cheese at the time. And I received it in that way. The medium that I was also working with on this case, she received it by smelling it, which we will also do in a minute. And it did turn out that the direction that this person had gone was actually past a cheese factory. So never dismiss these clairs. They're not that common. I do have an uncle of mine who is in spirit, and he did pass away some time ago, but he smoked a lot, and when he is around me, I will have that smell first, you know, before his energy comes up close, and he usually just comes up behind me to just see what I'm doing. He doesn't really talk to me or anything like that. So never dismiss these clairs, all right? They're still very important. So now ask your guide to give you an example of clairsalience, which is clear smelling. I'm always going to have a problem saying that word. And just see what you get. Now we'll just go to claircognizance, which is your clear knowing. And as I said to you before, this idea, even though I was clairvoyant and I could see spirit, I did not know at the time that I was a medium. But this I trusted. My claircognizance, I always trusted it. So just to ask your guide to put a thought in your head. So a lot of the time, for me, I would wake up just knowing things, It would come to me while I was sleeping, or if somebody asked me something. It was not something that was like a big moment where of knowing something. I would just automatically answer, and I would just know that that was correct, and I would never really understand how I knew it. Okay, so this is a way to work with your guide. You may have got some impressions for each of those clairs. You may not have. This is just practicing. Remember, always set the intention of what you want to do with your guide and how you want to go about it. But this is the way to identify your spiritual clair. Practicing asking for different things regarding each of the clairs. All right, so I'm just going to thank you for tuning in with me to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and I hope you're learning along the way and enjoying the program, and I look forward to seeing you next week and working with you to understand spirit. Take care. Always smile when you're out and about. You never know who's going to need that. Okay, so be nice to everyone, and especially yourselves. All right, so bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bates. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I hope you're doing awesome. I'm Andrea Bacon, and thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Well, I just got home late last night from a few days away at the beach. So it's amazing what the sea and sand can do for us. It really helps cleanse the aura, energizes you with all of that chi or life force energy. And while I was there, I had gotten this little message from Spirit to talk about this little visual that they gave me. It's about being in energetic alignment and changing our focus and moving into a state of more alignment, more joy. You know, Some people call it timeline jumping, although I don't know if I really think of it so much as that. That's kind of like a newer thing. But basically, quantum physics speaks of how what is being observed can change depending on the person, the one that's observing it. And so in that way, we can change our energetic wave that we are riding on. They showed me what looks like this little swirl of energy, like a galaxy. It looks kind of like a little galaxy. And there's many different waves that we can align to that are available to us at any particular time. Some feel like joy, abundance, harmony, and love. Some feel more flat and mundane, which I feel like a lot of people kind of like reside there, which is why I like to talk about raising your vibration and, getting on that higher alignment. And then there's also, of course, the lower vibrational ones, dark, confusing, stuff like that. But we ride the one that we are mainly in alignment with. So we can choose intentionally, or we can get there by default, like by not being consciously aware and not making a conscious choice. And so I really think it's a lot better when we choose consciously. Our thoughts, our words, our feelings, our intention setting and visualizing all play a big part in the wave that we are riding on. Everything is energy, and we are co-creating with the universe pretty much at all times. That's kind of like we came here to master energy, and we have all these different ones available to us. I also want to mention surrendering the outcome, okay, so that we're not micromanaging the universe. So like we allow things to unfold naturally, and we got to let it go, let the outcome go. So we're not just holding on to what we want, because it could take a while for it to occur. It could take a short time, but things are the way they are for a reason. Sometimes things need to be healed and worked on first. And then, we become what our reality becomes, in our 3D world. It is built on a solid foundation. So that's why it's really important to heal. They talk about, I pulled some cards, forgiveness. So a lot of people need to forgive themselves for anything they feel they've done wrong in the past, because carrying that around is just a burden. We all make mistakes and nobody is perfect. And then we can just let things unfold naturally. Like I said earlier, it's going to take as long as it needs to take. Divine timing is at play. There's a lot of people sometimes that are involved in our choices. Things need to line up behind the scenes that we don't see, we don't understand. But it allows us to plant new seeds. We can bring in abundance, we can bring in love, we can create careers that are much more meaningful, relationships with partners, friends, things that bring us more joy, raising our vibration. And we got this card, this precognition card, talking about psychic abilities. I believe everybody is born with psychic abilities. I believe that everybody, to some extent, is able to do that. So keeping that in mind. Okay, we are going to now go to a caller. Stephanie in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, how are
Hi.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm here. I'm here. How are
Well,
you?
what can I do for you?
The question I'm worried about is my home. I'm worried about making sure I retain ownership of my home, and I'm worried about my finances and job aspirations, goals, things of that nature.
Okay. So finances and if you're going to be able to keep your home, is that what you mean?
Correct. I'm worried about my home. That's the most important thing.
Okay. So lovely Stephanie's question. What spirit does she need to know right now? Okay. So they're talking about connecting to spirit. They're talking about you connecting to your soul, to your divine purpose. They're bringing, like also talking about community. So friends, people in the community, and love. So these cards, first off, are all very good. And I'm going to pull some tarot now. Okay, so we've got some really good cards. We've got the 10 of Cups. They're talking a lot about love. They're talking about bringing in a new beginning in love. And I believe that this also has to do with home, because Pentacles are about relationships. Pentacles are about physical stuff. So it can be relationships. It can be about finances. And let's see, what do you need to know? So I see you like holding on to worry. And wanting to get this equal give and take. So yes, that is going to be able, you're going to be able to keep it. You're going to be able to have this equal give and take financially. We have a new beginning here with this Page of Pentacles as well. And we actually got the card that does speak of home and celebration, which is the Four of Wands. So this has to do with celebration, harmony, family, reunions, community again. So there's something about the community that keeps coming up. Is it that you're wanting just to stay in, it's important to you to be in this community that you live in right now as well?
No, it's not very much important. It's just keeping my home. I'm facing possible foreclosure.
Yeah, okay.
And I want to be I've lost my job, and I wanted to know where am I going to go from here, like as far as getting finances to be able to retain my property.
Yes, I see something new coming in for you. I've got a card that speaks of a new project, but it can be something ignited like inspiration, but it's also growth, potential, and a new opportunity. As well with that, we have the Page of Pentacles. That is goal-oriented. It's financial opportunity and manifestation and being like centered, being grounded in your home as well. I do see that all the cards are definitely speaking of you being able to. So I really do think that you will. You have something moving, like you'll be able to move forward in something. Waiting for, like if you're waiting for something to come in, like a job, type of thing, I see progress happening with that. And so, yeah, these look great. I mean, you've even got the King of Pentacles, which is prosperity and security and abundance. Keep working on, getting something new, but I see work with all these Pentacle cards. I see you also being able to have, some more income coming in.
And anything about love, you said, I'm not really worried about that, but I'm just worried about a new job, making either what I was making or more, and my home is most important.
Yes.
And is there anyone around me? Is there anyone around me? Like, because I always try to manifest a lot of things and bring in answers and to assist with that. Is there anyone around me
As far as love goes?
that's helping me? No, not as far as love goes. As far as ancestors, as far as someone like help, spirit guides, like things of that nature. Is there a name for anything?
Let's see. I'm feeling an older man who, it could be an older brother or a father figure that passed when he was younger, or middle-aged, or, just kind of not fully, not elderly. So I feel like he is helping you. It feels almost like an uncle now that I tune into him a little bit. He's helping you.
Does he have a name? Does he have a name?
Let's see. I'm not getting a name right off the bat. So he could have been somebody who was a natural born leader. And a fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. But I'm going to have to go ahead and leave that there. I hope that you found that helpful in some way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thanks a lot. And if you want to check out any of my services or products, they are at mindbodynourish.etsy.com. And I hope you have a wonderful week and be able to just meditate, relax, get some self-care in, and tune in to your intuition.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Insights into Consciousness, my segment every Tuesday at 1:30. I am here today to do a little bit of a reading on some of the world issues that we're having right now and just see what Spirit says about it as of now. Now, we could always have a trajectory of like, this changes or that changes, and then it will regroup and redirect. So remember that any timeline can always be redirected, but that's how powerful our minds are, and that's the power of consciousness. So first of all, I want to let you know that I'm going to do a live reading today on the air, and I'm excited about that. I don't even know who I'm going to get yet. It's always a surprise, and I'm so happy to do that. Also, you can reach me anytime for life direction, life path advice from a psychic. I do readings, I do medium readings, I do life path card readings, anything that you align with, I will do, as long as it's on a high, loving, happy vibe. So you can contact me, Anna Olson, intuitive.com. That's ANNAOLSEN. intuitive.com. You can reach me on my website, and you can also contact me through Instagram at Tiny Medium Queendom. So that's my Instagram. You can also reach me through TikTok, where I am actually an independent contractor now with TikTok. So I guess I got enough followers. I have, over 10,500 at this point, and it's growing, and I've had more than 1 million views, probably closer to like 2 million at this point, but I am happy to work with you. You can reach me there at AO Intuitive. That's my handle for TikTok, and you can reach me under Anna Olson. So I also have that link in my Linktree bio, which is on my Facebook page, Anna Olson Intuitive, or just Anna Olson, and it's also on my Instagram. And so you can reach me wherever. And I also have a few other links there that you can check out under my Linktree. And that is attached to my website, my Instagram, my Facebook, and my TikTok. So you won't miss it. It's there somewhere. Anyway, I am happy to announce that I was able to go to a really wonderful memorial for fallen officers this last week at the in Sacramento here in California. That's the capital, and I was able to have a nice intimate moment with these families. Lots of spiritual energy there that was just so heavenly and beautiful and loving and kind, and I was happy to be a part of that and listen to the governor speak. Gavin Newsom, he is definitely supportive of these families who have lost officers who were working to protect our safety and our public peace. So that was a wonderful thing that I was able to take part of, and just wanted to offer my support to all law enforcement officers or anybody in law enforcement who is honestly and like with the good cause, serving and protecting. They don't pay you even almost enough. And I just want you to know that I support you. I think that officers should be millionaires because of what they put on the line and what they sacrifice and what their families sacrifice. So don't forget the families, the spouses, the children who know that every day that their father or spouse, that every time they walk out of that door that they could not be coming back. So imagine that sort of a risk being so much higher every single day and living with that concept on the daily and knowing many officers that have fallen in service. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude, my support to law enforcement officers, all military. I support you. I want you to know that I have your back and I am here to work with you. I always give a discount to military and to law enforcement families, and that's because I love you and appreciate you very much. And I'm here to also let you know that I support all of these families who have lost and are grieving over fallen officers or military members. So that said, I want to look at some of the world events happening right now. We have had lots and lots of things coming up. The first thing that I want to look at is the pandemic. What was that about? We have so many questions about that. Some people think it was lab-made, man-made, done on purpose. And some people just think, oh, it was just something like the avian flu and it just happens every so often. And this is what nature does. And I understand both concepts. I think anything could be possible at this point. But basically, I wanted to do a reading on that. I wanted to kind of go through my cards real quick and just ask Spirit, open up that portal, close any of my personal business and shove it in the back so that it's not affecting this reading, and just ask Spirit for the highest and greater good. What was the pandemic about and why did we have it? So the card that I'm getting is the Strength card. And this is a card that I really love, and it really just depicts taming the lion. It's a strength card that depicts having to lay down the law. And the way that I'm seeing this with the epidemic of, the COVID incident and this whole pandemic was that this had to happen. And I'm feeling like it was Gaia, Mother Earth, really having an effect on human beings, and that it's the natural cycle of things, that when things are kind of out of control or getting out of hand, that Mother Earth, the Gaia, will start to rein in the out of control organisms on her Earth. So that's her body. If you think about the Earth having a spirit and there being a holistic view of the Earth, we humans are organisms upon the Earth, upon a body, another body, another spirit. So we know that all plants, animals, humans, and the Earth have life. It can be measured in scientific ways. I won't go into that here now because I don't have time, but we know these are real facts, scientifically proven. So when the, I guess it would be the climate of the Earth gets disrupted, things happen. It's like when we get an infection or we get a virus, things happen to control that overgrowth or that incident or that invasion of whatever it is that could be harming the organism. So the Earth is also a very large organism, and it is holistically fighting off issues. Now, when I asked Spirit what those issues are, what lion needed to be tamed, and we see that this is actually a pregnant woman. This is a pregnant woman taming a lion. I'm seeing that it is actually an energy of higher consciousness, but it's controlling a denser consciousness that was taking over to an extreme, and that people were losing sight of spirituality and what their true purposes were and what they're truly here for. I feel like the pandemic was a wake-up call for the organisms of the Earth, according to Spirit, according to Gaia, as she speaks through Spirit, that these things needed to be controlled to have more of an equilibrium of a balance of higher consciousness. When I talk about higher consciousness and denseness of consciousness, I'm talking about people who are on a brainwave of either a higher positive consciousness, which is the higher consciousness, or a lower, denser consciousness, which is a consciousness that is usually involved in crimes, negativity, harm, abuse, toxicity, if you know what I mean. So it was to balance out some of that toxicity. With how much suffering that came from that, I'm asking Spirit, what does that mean? And the main response that I'm getting is that people had to kind of be pushed into the idea of higher consciousness and spirituality as part of their reality and mortality, so that we can reconsider why we're here and what we're doing here, and to reach out to those in need, and to become more isolated in a lot of ways to get closer to Spirit on a subconscious level. Because as we were kind of confined to our homes, we have an automatic survival mechanism that kicks in that automatically kicks us into being closer to spirit. When we have people that we know and loved ones around us being, threatened by something like a virus or a pandemic, then, of course, we're going to start to resort to the spiritual part of things and really question what our spiritual beliefs are. And that was really what Gaia or Mother Earth wanted to get us back to. So that's really what I'm getting here. So Diane in Laurel, Delaware is on the phone for a reading today. Hi, Diane. How are you? I think we're getting the connection cleared up right now. So we're going to get Diane back, but I am just really happy about the fact that this whole pandemic that we once knew is over. So that is wonderful, because I feel like a lot of us are just reset, and now we are able to go back into the old way of life with an elevated and higher consciousness way of thinking, which is going to be better overall for the earth. Now, the wave of the pandemic is still going to hit us. We know that. That's common knowledge. This is just that, the economy is going to take a hit. We know that. We've already seen the results of that. So that's happening. But we are also going to be able to have more opportunities to not just change our workplaces and the way that we've been doing things for hundreds of years, but also we have the opportunity now to change the family dynamics that we have been really just mostly the world has not been doing as well with the family dynamic and the home environment now for quite some time. So that is going to definitely correct. It's definitely in some uprooted, kind of like the tower card, how things kind of have to fall before they're rebuilt. We are still in that pre-rebuild chapter of this. So understand that the economy is going to take a dive. We know that. We've seen that happening already. Prices are going sky high. And people are really having to reconsider how they, manage their money and things like that. But this is all part of the bigger picture where we're getting the reset. We're resetting money, financial, work, family. People were working like crazy just to keep things, decent with their families. Food banks are getting people in at an all-time high right now in wealthy areas, such as Santa Cruz, California is one of the main ones that I've heard of, where people are really having to get more down to earth and just really start to get to their foundation, their what their ancestors pretty much were dealt as well. And we know that a lot of the government laws that are going through right now can definitely affect us overall. We know that government is trying to get more control and power. So I have Amber in Des Moines on the phone, on the line. Hi, Amber.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What would you like to discuss today, or is there a specific topic that you would like me to look at for you today for your reading?
I was just maybe hoping to hear from my dad.
Oh, yeah, okay. So when did your dad pass?
Last year in January.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
It's very difficult. So is there anything specific that you would like to ask, or you just want to see what comes through?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what came through.
Okay. So I'm getting a presence of definitely a man with a strong presence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So strong presence, very powerful man. I even think he was strong physically.
Mm-hmm.
And did he work a lot with his hands or something like that? Or
yeah.
So what did he do for a living?
He drove and unloaded semi-trucks.
Okay, that makes sense, because I see this strength and this definitely a presence of just incredible, not just strength physically, but strength mentally.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that he's really, it's almost like he's really urged to, he has this strong, quick urgency to tell you that when he was here with you, He didn't understand and wasn't taught all of those details about being a dad. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So he wanted to be a certain type of parent, and it was always like he would try, and he just didn't really know how. He didn't have the tools that he needed. He basically just really is, and I don't want to sound generic because I know he drove. You're saying he's a truck. He did the truck driving and all of that, but he honestly really has a sentiment of wishing that he was there for you more. And that is the main concept that I'm getting for him, that he wishes that he could have with you better. And that he is sorry. He is sorry for any time that he's saying that he was selfish, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a little, yeah.
So was there a separation or a divorce with your mother?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's saying he wished that he tried harder there too for you, because he really is, and I'm getting chills right now, so that means that's a strong yes from spirit. So he really wishes that he would have worked harder, and he really wants you to know you're doing great in your current situation. He's saying that just because, and I think it's just a confirmation, you already know that just because you have parents that divorce, it doesn't mean that you can't do relationships. As a matter of fact, a lot of the time that means you can do relationships better because you saw what went wrong and now you can fix those things in the pattern.
Right.
So he's just reiterating how proud of you he is. And he is saying he wishes he understood how kind words to his daughter. He wishes he understood how important it was, because now he can see how important it was, and he just didn't get it. He did his best though. Like I know that, it sounds like I know that there were good things about him, and I know that, but he's really focusing on just letting you know he acknowledges. He wants you to know that he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to hear from him.
Yeah, now I always ask spirit, I always ask your loved ones for a sign that they can show you that this is really them. They were really talking to me, and that they're with you after your reading. So I love hearing about when the people I do readings for, I love hearing about when they get these signs. So of course there's the trucks, right? I mean, I don't know if you've already been noticing the trucks at the right time in your daily life.
Yeah. Yep.
So he's showing me the trucks, and then he's also, I'm getting the goosebumps again, very definite. And yes, you'll see the trucks at the right time. The other thing that he wants you to watch for is the gold cross. I don't know if that's already of significant value to you in any way.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that significant?
He wore one. He wore a gold cross every day.
Okay.
And I have it.
You
I have it now.
He wants you to know that the gold cross is what he's going to show you when he's with you.
Okay.
When he's communicating with you, you're going to see it when you open a picture on the internet or something, and there's a picture, I don't know, of like the Catholic Church, and there's a gold cross. Or it could be that you see that somebody else is wearing a gold cross at just the right time. You're going to notice gold crosses. And he's going to show you these gold crosses in your daily life to say, hi, honey, I'm here. Remember what I said during the reading? I'm sorry. Remember that I'm sorry, and I understand now. And I'm going to do my best to be with you now as best as I can in not being in his body anymore.
Okay.
That'll be his best effort. So I love hearing your kids, by the way. How old are your kids?
Yeah. 3 and 1.
Oh, that's such a sweet age. And he's really is one of them a boy?
Yeah. I had him a week before my dad passed.
Right. He's acknowledging that he has a connection with that child. And he is also letting you know he's going to protect him. So, whatever that means, I'm not sure. I mean, there could be something that's going to come up or whatnot, but he's saying he does have the ability to protect your children, and he's going to protect your children. He's going to be with them. He's going to put the right things in their paths. But he especially has a link or a connection to your son.
Okay.
I think you're going to notice what he's saying is that your son's going to get some of your dad's traits, and you're going to notice some of the same things. And that's one of the ways that your dad is with you as well, is through the inherited genetic traits that your son will possess that are like your father.
Okay.
So that's something else to keep in mind. And he wants you to know that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be really, I know your dad was a very strong man, but he wants you to know that it is okay for you to cry, to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to be softened.
Okay.
You're already experiencing some of that, having your children and understanding the dynamic between parent and child, but he really wants you to know that in your daily life, in your relationships with your children, all of that, he wants you to remember that it's okay to be very vulnerable and ask for protection from your loved ones.
Okay.
Because the way it feels to me is that you've always had to be so strong, and you've always had to be so like hardened, like, okay, I can do this. And because you've had to deal with some hard things.
Yeah.
He's saying you're going to be fine, and you're even going to be better if you can just let it go, be vulnerable and cry, and just go ahead and let your weakness show in the moment, because people need to know that you need them. Apparently your dad never asked. What's that?
What's that? I said, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and apparently it seems like your dad, it's kind of the way he was raised. Like, a lot of men, they just don't ask for help. They just don't ask for things because they want to be the one to do it and save everybody.
Yep. Yeah, he was a very proud, very, I can do it myself.
Yes. And I admire that about him. But, I think that was part of, the health things that went on with him and all of that. It's just, he wants you to have a life filled without worry of health concerns or in a life. And he's just telling me that there were a lot of health things going on with him that he never mentioned and that he never told anybody about.
Yeah, I found out after he passed that there was things going on that I didn't know. So
yeah. And those weighed on him pretty heavily because he internalized it. And then it just had this more of a stressful effect on him, where then now he was getting more health problems from having more stress from keeping it all in. So he's just like expressing like, look, it's okay to be weak. It's okay to heal and just be vulnerable and let it out. And I always tell people, when you're crying about losing your loved one and you're crying about something that happened, finish the cry. Don't tell yourself to stop crying. You're going to disrupt that release and that finishing of processing those emotions. So you want to finish off the cry, even if that means you are, like really sobbing or, pissed off or whatever it is. It can really piss you off when you lose people. And it's good to be pissed off. It's also good to cry.
Okay.
So he's letting you know you are a very sensitive person, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
To show it. So I have 3 minutes left. Do you have any other questions for me for your dad?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay, I'm going to ask him if there's anything else that you need to know. He's handing you a bouquet of flowers, and they look kind of pink to me. They're not carnations, but they're kind of the same roughly not feathers, but roughly petals as a carnation, and they're a bright pink. So he's handing you a bouquet of bright pink flowers, and he's just saying, I wish I would have given you more of this stuff when I was here. And
Sorry, nothing. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. He just wants you to watch for the gold crosses, the trucks, and the pink flowers. Those are your 3 signs from your dad.
Okay.
Okay. You watch out for those.
All right.
And notice the timing. Are you having a bad day? Are you needing support? Do you need a reminder that your dad loves you? Do you need a reminder that you're not alone? Do you need a reminder your dad is there? There are a lot of things that you can consider and stop and think about what he's telling you in the moment, so that you can really consider the timing. And I think usually when I get signs like this, it's obvious right away. Half the time I'm breaking down crying because it's so obvious that I don't have to even think about it. But just notice the synchronicities. I call them revelatory synchronicities. It's a synchronicity of revelation from the other side, where they're communicating with us in the only way they can, which is even sometimes lights flickering or going off. I've had that happen actually in the middle of a session with a doctor, because a person that we both knew was present, and the doctor was kind of freaked out. But it's really beautiful how they show up. I have to go now, but thank you so much for calling in. It was so nice connecting with you and your father. He's a great man, great strong presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course. So there was a wonderful connection I made with her father. He's definitely one of those rougher type men who probably, like a lot of men, didn't say what he was feeling as often as he would have liked to now that he sees the bigger picture. And that's just a reminder to all of us here, which is why I love readings, that we need to tell people we love them. When we look at our children and we feel something for them, tell them. If you look at your spouse and you feel something loving towards them, tell them how you're feeling. Any chance that you get, I promise you will not regret it. It will make your life so much better, and it will make theirs better. You want to do that because you love them, right? So contact me if you would like to work with me. I'd love to work with you. AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. And I will see you next week, Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. Have a wonderful week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay. Well, hello and greetings. Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side radio podcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, the #1 psychic radio program or network on Earth. We're also on Moonstruck TV, Lightning TV, a bunch of other places. And like the song says, I am everywhere, man, here on the psychic side. So I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from Texas. I'm also an astrologer. My work spans over a 30-year period, and I've been using my psychic abilities a lot longer than that, though. So I've been working with this for quite a long time. So I want to start the show off by wishing a belated Happy Mother's Day to the moms out there. I missed that last week. I apologize, and I want to just wish all the moms, I hope they had a happy day. I gave my wife some chocolate covered strawberries, and she was very happy about that. So I'm pleased that she was happy. Also, I want to let you know that this past week, a couple days ago, I got an email, and it was from the Next Generation Indie Book Awards. And my book, one of my new books, I hope you can see it there, The Angel Kitten That Saved Christmas, it became a finalist. I don't know if you can see that very well. Became a finalist in the religious fiction category, which I wasn't sure. I didn't know I put it in that category, but I did. And so it's a finalist in that category. I was really happy about that. It's the second time I've either won or placed in the Next Generation Indie Book Awards. It's a tough competition. There's thousands of books that get in there, and so they have committees that look these things over. And so it's really an honor to be a finalist, and they give you a gold medal. I don't know if it's gold, but it's they give you a facsimile of a gold medal, and you get a lot of stickers and things like that in recognition as a finalist. If you are a winner, they give you $100, so that's good. But it's quite an honor, and I don't want to diminish it in any way. I won also in 2013 with my book, Open the Mind, Exercise the Soul. So I've had a long drought, but I don't write books on a mass basis. I'm trying to figure out how to do that, but I'm really happy that that's happened. The award season for books has just begun, and so keep your fingers crossed that the other books that I've just recently produced will also join The Angel Kitten Who Saved Christmas with a pedigree of award about that. So I want to start out talking a little bit about what happened over the weekend. I went to Midwest City, Oklahoma, and that's where I did my usual spirit gallery, aura photography, and private readings. And I just see so much with my psychic work, and I feel like in some ways the work is kind of a ministry, and I'm delighted to do it. I'm happy to do it and be there for people. But I have to just say that there's just a lot of broken people, a lot of people that are searching for answers in life. A lot of people that things just hit them out of the blue, and it's difficult to cope. And it's not a criticism. It's just an observation. And you know, we want to send some healing to people that need help. And it's not just in one area of the country, because you've heard me speak of this before in other places that I've gone, whether it's in the state of Texas or Oklahoma or Kansas or just other places. And I've been you know across the United States, and it just seems that there's just this certain difficulties that you know probably could have been avoided if people had just stopped to think. It's just a pervasive situation that's going on in our society right now. I guess there's just a sense of selfishness and hedonism that exists, and is supported by you know a lack of discipline, low self-esteem, the media, and many times we don't receive support from those closest to us, like our parents, our loved ones. And if we don't have coping skills, or we don't have the will to overcome issues, it's very difficult, and especially when you're dealing with things like suicide. The way people take their lives is awful, and sometimes they do it with a little bit of spite. Um, I'm not trying to say anything about any particular reading, but you know, one person hung themselves, and when their wife woke up, he was hanging in front of her, and these are, you know, you see certain things clairvoyantly, and you just say to yourself, "What in the world's going on?" So I want to just, like I say, send healing around people. Many times when you're doing readings, you see shrouds. I just want to say this about this, because if you're in the business, you might see a shroud. Some people say, well, you know, I can't read certain people, and it might be because they have this energy field around them, which is protective. But usually it's something involving a trauma, whether it be violence or sexual misconduct or something like that. And it really gets deep. And that's why, like I say, psychics really, in a way, have a kind of ministry because of their gifts, and because the things that they pick up around people. And I'm sure you heard other people on our network talking about sending healing and sending good thoughts and energy to others, because it's a very important part of our work, and it's something that if you choose to tap into your own psychic abilities, you'll kind of know what I mean, you know. And a lot of people are natural empaths, and they naturally pick up energy from other people, and they also learn how to send in energy to those, and you can send it remotely. And you know, that's why one reason why I talked last week about the different types of senses that we have. We have those physical, we have the psychic, and then we have the remote psychic senses. And those senses are either masculine or they're feminine. And the masculine is the ones that you send energy, and the feminine ones are where you receive energy. So if you know someone is hurting, you know someone is in need of some good energy, please go ahead and send them that energy. And if you need energy, then ask the universe to send it to you, because that's what it's all about. So I'm told we have a caller from the UK, and so I'd like to go ahead and take the caller. Who's calling? I didn't see your name. Jules. Okay. Jules, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure I can hear you, Jules.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Jules?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay. So Jules, I'm picking up that are you sad about a gentleman or a man in your life?
That's right. Yes. Yes.
You are? Okay. Has there been a relationship problem or divorce here?
No. I'd like to move away if possible.
Want to move away from this person?
To a different part of England.
A possibility? Okay.
Yes.
Well, is there something impeding you from moving, or because it feels like you can become unattached and that you can move. But I also feel this attachment that you have. It just or is this? I hate to use the word addictive relationship, but it just seems like you just can't get away from him. Does that make sense?
No. I'd like to move to a different part of England, and it's something holding it up.
Something's holding it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this a legal matter holding it up, or is there some money that hasn't been given up?
No. I'm waiting on hearing from a family member.
You're supposed to hear from a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that that's going to take some time to have done. I don't know why they're holding it up. I'm not sure if they are trying to get some money freed, and that might be the legal matter, or it might be the matter that maybe they have to cash in something. But the bottom line for me is that you are going to move, but you are going to have to wait, okay? Because the time is not right. And so I would have to ask that you try to be patient if you can be, and stay safe, of course. But it does look like the move is going to go through. It's just not going through on the time frame that you would like for it to. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much, Jules.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry that she's hurting. It just seems to me like this is an example of someone that needs to have some healing energy sent to them. And so if you can keep Jules in your thoughts and in your prayers, please do so, because it seems like it just feels like she was in some sort of abusive relationship. And that's a shame that she's had to go through that. So I'm very sorry about it. But I want to move on a little bit until we get another caller. And by the way, I hope my callers are actually listening to our program and not just calling for a reading. So, I'd like for y'all to listen too. So, I'm an astrologer as well, and I've talked to you a lot about the placement of Pluto and some of the things that have been going on. And when there's something newsworthy that comes up, I'd like to mention it. I'm not trying to be political, so please forgive me if it sounds that way, because I'm really not. I'm just simply stating what's going on astrologically. And right now, with Pluto being in the second house of the United States and being in a very, very auspicious placement, because it's in the same place that it was during the American Revolution, it's interesting to see parallels, because in astrology, when you look at cycles, you look at what was going on during the same period of time when it had a similar aspect. Well, during the American Revolution, the oppressive leader of the United States had some cognitive issues, and they just called him Crazy George, from what I understood. There were tax issues, and the country of England had a great deal of debt, and so they were trying to pay off their wars, and so there was a debt crisis as well. So spring that forward to this time in our nation's history, and you see that we have a leader that has some cognitive issues, and we also have tax issues, and we have debt issues, which are all looming around us. So I wanted to bring that up, and I have more to say, but let's go to our next caller. And I missed her name again. Jennifer in Ohio. Jennifer, are you there? Okay, please speak loud if you don't mind. I appreciate it if you do that. For some reason, my audio didn't work. This hasn't been working quite like I wanted to. So if you could, do you have a question for me today, Jennifer?
Um, I'm just at a very, I'm just having a very hard time in my life right now. I don't know what my future holds.
Okay. Well, Jennifer, what is your birth sign?
Akron, Ohio.
No, your birth sign, your astrological sign.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Pisces.
Pisces, okay. Well, please take this the right way, but you're right where you're supposed to be because Saturn has just moved into Pisces. And when Saturn starts to influence your sun sign and especially your natal sun, everything's on the table. Okay. So with you being sensitive, knowing that you need to make some changes in life, it's very positive because Saturn is letting you know that some things aren't working. Okay. Now, when I say everything's on the table, I mean relationships, I mean your health, I mean your where you live, your career, other relationships, just about everything is on the table, your finances. And so this is a time when you need to make a change and you need to sit down and decide what it is that you want to do. Now, are you by yourself right now? Are you not married?
Yeah. I'm engaged, but
You're
no, I'm
engaged?
not married.
Okay. Well, do you feel confident about this marriage?
No.
Okay.
He's not very
Well,
nice to me. No.
okay. Well, that's a red flag. I can't tell you not to marry, but the universe is saying that if you're not happy, then you need to take action. Okay. Because it does, for me, I'm just going to tell you, I don't feel that good about the marriage. I feel like there may be a move. I feel like you are in kind of a change of life. Okay. And so I feel like there may be like um, a metamorphosis, if you wanted to call it that. I feel like in some ways you've been in a cocoon and that you really need to let yourself blossom. You need to let yourself become butterfly. Okay. Because I feel like if you don't do it now, when are you going to do it? And the thing is, if you're not already happy in an engagement, then you may have a miserable marriage. So either you need to get things straightened out in the engagement and make this a happy moment, a moment that's going to be fulfilling to you, a moment where both of you are going to enrich each other's lives, or you're going to have to pause and you're going to have to say, is this what I really want in my life? Because I'm just a psychic, but if you want to look at what Saturn conjunct the Sun does, if you want to Google that, and then you want to look at Saturn and Pisces, then you'll get some validation as to some of the things that I'm saying. And look at the influence of Saturn. Saturn sweeps clean those things that aren't working. Now, that doesn't mean it is a marriage aspect, but it's also a divorce aspect. So it's one of those moments when we have to look at our life and we have to say, okay, I'm going to move forward with this. I'm going to stop that, and then I'm going to do something different with my life. And if you don't, then the universe at some point in time takes over and forces that change. And when it does, it's usually not very pretty. So I hope that's helpful to you. But like I say, I'm going to give you a little bit of homework as a Pisces. Okay.
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 I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Do you feel my mother around me?
Okay. I feel like you're still grieving over mother, and I feel like was mother like your best friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Mother is around you. Mother is she was a nurturer, and she was someone who was very honest with you. Okay. And so I feel like you need to sense her presence. And she says, what I hear her saying is, look, you need to think like I would. Okay, now I don't know what that means, but she may have had a unique way of thinking, and so you need to think in terms of what would your mother do. I feel like your mother was a strong person. Your mother, like I said, might have been a little bit blunt and in the things that she said, but I also think that she was a caring individual. and never would mean to intentionally hurt your feelings. She was there for you. She was on your team, if you want to call it that. But she is around you, and I feel like in some ways you feel alone right now, and that's not good, especially when you're getting ready to get married and be with someone who is your new best friend. You know, the person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, please listen to the rest of the show. Okay.
I will.
Okay,
I will. Thank you.
all right. So I got to get that in, folks. You know, you got to listen. So I appreciate all of you who do listen and that do tune into the program and listen to the things that I have to say. So I want to also just mention to you, you know, I've been doing a lot more Facebook ads and I might be showing up on your screen somewhere. And I'm also getting the usual criticism that psychics get. And here recently, one person brought up the American, I think it's the American Skeptic Society, and brought up this gentleman by the name of the Amazing Randy. You might have heard about him. If you haven't, he was the co-founder of the Skeptic Society, and it was his mission to. I have to say also, he passed away in October of 2020, and so he's not here to defend himself. So I want to be kind, but he was on a mission to disprove all psychic and paranormal activity. And that's what recently people have, or this one person had brought up. And I thought it was good that he did that because I feel like I should address it. And I should let you know that I think the Skeptic Society is a good thing. But I also think that in this particular case, when it came to psychics and it came to paranormal, it went a little too far. Okay, to say that it doesn't exist at all and to kind of be dismissive of it is not right. I just don't think that's correct. And I think you have to be careful when you take the word of someone who is in the position of someone like an Amazing Randy, because he was a magician, he was an illusionist. It was his job to fool people. It was his job to kind of, you know, create an illusion, something that looked one way but was another. And also many people don't know that he was a bona fide atheist. And because he was an atheist, he didn't believe in God. He didn't believe in anything beyond the physical. And it's like I say, he's not here to defend himself. And if I'm wrong, then please let me know. But my research on this gentleman was that he was those things. He was a magician and an atheist. And I'm not. I'm not a magician. I'm not trying to create an illusion. I'm not someone who just does not believe in God. I think it's a little arrogant if you don't believe in God myself. But I do think that the Skeptic Society is important, because it is important to ferret out people that are not authentic, that are not real, and who might be in some ways wanting to harm others or take advantage of other people. Now, I'm not saying that illusionists do that, but they do that in an entertainment business or an entertainment venue. But it's all about intent. So if a psychic or illusionist or someone uses their abilities or their talents or their skills in a way which are going to be detrimental to a client or to someone else, that's not good. That's not right. And I'm not saying he did. I don't think he did. I think he had only good in mind. And I think he thought he was doing a service to those who wanted to believe what he believes. But I just feel like he went too far. So I didn't respond to the gentleman that was so hateful to me on Facebook. But I do want to make that statement because I don't see much pushback against the Skeptic Society. And I think that that there should be. I think that there needs to be somebody to say something. So now we don't have much time left on the program, but I do want to tell you that I'm going to shift the focus of our program from not just psychic ability, but I'm going to move to mediumship. Now, the reason why I have focused so much on psychic ability is because I believe the psychic ability gives you tools to use when you're a medium. And now there are different types of mediums. We'll talk about that too. But you need tools. You don't go and try to build a house without a hammer and nails. So you need those tools to work on being a medium. So I'm going to shift the attention just a little bit. And I hope that if you're interested in mediumship, learn my take on it. You know, it's probably a little different than other people's, but I think you might get something out of it. Now, before we sign off, I want to thank our sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Once again, you know, use that promo code BS0223 and you'll get a 25% discount. So thank you very much for sponsoring our program today. Be sure to buy my books. Now, they're award-winning books. They're not bad. So you can enjoy them. And I've got 4 children's books. It's called the Angel Pop series on Facebook. If you want to like my page there. All of the children's books are on Audible and they are on Amazon. So my other metaphysical books are also on Amazon and Balboa Books. So I hope to have some more out soon. So thank you very much once again for joining me here on the Psychic Side and on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. We appreciate you being here, and we hope you enjoy the program because I don't get much feedback from the listeners, but if you want to send me some feedback or you have an idea for a show, please let me know because I'll be happy to entertain it. So once again, thanks a lot. I appreciate you being here today, and I'll see you next week here on the Psychic Side. Bye-bye. Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic. I hope all the mums around the world had a very, very special day on Sunday for Mother's Day. It was Mother's Day around the world in many countries. And it's a really important time where we should reflect and give thanks to the mum that brought us into the world and the person that nurtured us and made us the person that we are today. So it's really, really interesting as there's lots of changes going on around the world at the moment, and there's lots of emotion. And, you know, I know here in Australia there's been a big focus on the war in Ukraine again about, you know, is it time that Ukraine sort of surrenders and says to Russia that that's it, you know, I give up. I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily the right answer. I mean, they've fought so hard to retain their country. But it just strikes so much fear, I think, in a lot of people that there is no resolution, that, you know, the president of Russia is still trying to be a bully and trying to dominate the sandpit when hasn't he got enough land of his own and enough people to look after that he doesn't need to invade surrounding countries. So that's just my little bit of soapbox for this morning. Okay, so the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Nine of Swords. Now, it's the card of tears and frustration. Now, a lot of people sort of say to me, oh, but Amanda, I don't necessarily allow tears to enter my life. And, you know, tears aren't necessarily a bad thing. They can be a very cleansing thing. But we all experience some sort of frustration at some stage in our lives, or anger or annoyance, or just, quite frankly, we just don't know what to do with ourselves, and we get this overwhelming energy that sort of seems to block everything in our lives. So tears and frustrations are a very natural part of life, but so is letting go of the emotions, or finding ways to let go of the emotion and channel it into something more positive. I'm no different to anybody else. Yes, I can get angry and I can get frustrated and throw a tantrum like the next person, but most of the time I try and look at what is it that's causing me the frustration in my life, what's causing me to feel this way, and can I find a solution? Can I find a way of letting go of this emotion, or channeling this intense emotion into something positive, instead of it allowing it to be negative and to dominate and control things and to upset everybody around me? I try and find a positive way to use this emotion, because quite often it's very intense. It's something that, you know, if we channel it, we can move mountains, as people say. So sometimes having a little bit of tears and frustration in our lives is very healthy, because it means that we're acknowledging and we're aware of our circumstances and our environment and the things that trigger us. And I think as we get older, we learn to be a little bit calmer, or hopefully we do, that the things that used to cause us tears and frustration in our late teenage years and our early 20s, now we just sort of shrug our shoulders and say, is that all? But it's all part of the journey of the human race, of learning to understand and work with our emotions, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. So tears and frustrations, even though it seems like a negative start to the week from my point of view, it can be a positive start, because it means that we're finally finding a solution. We're finding a way to release that pent-up frustration and those tears, instead of turning them inwardly and causing our bodies to sort of absorb that negative energy. We're finding a positive channel to release it in, and that's a good thing. Okay, so we're going to move on to the astrology section. It's really Taurus week this week, because we've got Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, has just started its 12-month trek through Taurus. So what does this mean for Tauruses? What it means for Tauruses is it's time to make hay while the sun shines. You've got opportunities that are going to knock on your door. You've got opportunities that are going to be abounding, but also you need to put some effort in. It's a time, if you're trying to get something new off the ground, a new business venture, a new relationship, moving into different circles, maybe a house move, anything that's going to bring expansion and opportunity into your life, now is the time to sort of start making that happen. It can also mean expanding waistlines. So we need to be a little bit careful there if you're a Taurus, because Tauruses are known to have a very sweet tooth and to like rich and comforting food. Now, this could also work in that way that Jupiter says, oh, you can just have another piece of cake. Go on, you know you want it. And, you know, that's all well and fine. You can have that extra piece of cake, but what exercise are you going to do to work off that piece of cake or that extra helping of yummy dessert? So with Jupiter here, you have opportunities to increase your bank balance, to make life a lot stronger for yourself. But in a lots of times, Jupiter is also asking us to expand our own personalities, asking us to look at the good things in life and maybe work on those and expand those and bring those more to fruition, that we may have been working quietly in the background on some new project and haven't sort of found the right time to approach that backer or that buyer, or the time to see the bank. Now may very well be the right time over the coming 12 months. It's a time when wonderful things can happen. It doesn't mean because Jupiter's sitting in Taurus, every single Taurus on the planet's going to win the lottery or win the lotto. It just means that there's opportunities are abound. You've got to make them happen. You've got to put some effort in, and now's your turn to shine in the sun. So why not take the opportunities as they start to unfold and turn them into financial prospects that, you know, maybe you've only dreamed of before. Maybe it's your turn now to really get your finances really in control, because there is new and wonderful opportunities around you. Jupiter is conjunct or holding hands what's known as the North Node. Now, the North Node is trying to show us the way forward. It's like a guiding light. It's saying, over here is where you need to be looking. This is what you need to be aspiring to. This is how we need to be sort of conducting ourselves at the moment, and sort of looking for new opportunities or things to aspire to. The North Node is also conjunct Mercury, the planet of communication. So it's really interesting because we've got Jupiter conjunct or holding hands the North Node, showing Jupiter the planet of expansion and opportunity, the North Node showing us the way forward, giving us the guiding light to the directions that we need to take, followed up by Mercury, the planet of communication and ideas. So we've got a real plethora of three planets all holding hands or conjunct together at the moment, showing us that there is some golden opportunities and opportunities that shouldn't be wasted. Now, this is really, really important at the moment for Tauruses. There may be something that could fall in your lap, or something that you've been thinking about, or something you haven't sort of felt was ripe enough yet to bring forward and talk about with somebody. Well, now may very well be the perfect time. Yes, when I'm talking about this energy in Taurus, it also flows over, but nowhere near as intense, to Virgos and Capricorns, and then finally Scorpios. So there's a little bit of a washout there. There's not as much for the Scorpios as there is for the Tauruses, obviously, and Virgo and Capricorn are still in the mix of some wonderful new opportunities unfolding in this next 12 months. But you need to be on the lookout for what these opportunities are, and don't waste time. Act on them fairly quickly. Don't think, oh, I've got plenty of time to sit down and look at this. No, you don't. If something presents itself, you've got to act rather quickly. That's the message there. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is conjunct or holding hands the sun in Taurus. So Uranus is bringing unexpected opportunities towards you very, very quickly. They can be like a bolt of lightning. So it's really interesting that everything that's sitting in Taurus at the moment has got this real emphasis on speed, not the time to be slow, not the time to sit there and ponder. If it feels right, if it looks right, then explore it more, and then make some logical, practical decisions then. It's not the time to sit down and think about it and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and think about it for 6 or 7 weeks. The opportunities will be gone. You need to act very, very quickly. Now, it's interesting because Taurus is in the last few days of the cycle of the Taurus energy for this year, and then we'll be moving into Gemini. So it's like everything sort of feels urgent, and particularly with Uranus here, if anything presents itself in the next 7 days, it's like it really does need urgent attention. It's not something that you can let go of or leave behind. So you really do need to be looking at making hay while the sun shines, taking advantage of these amazing opportunities that are coming your way, because they're not going to sit back and wait for you to catch up. You have to be ready to act, and act efficiently and with great confidence at the time. Even if you haven't got the whole plan formulated, show that you're working towards that, you know, you've given this careful consideration, thought, and you're ready to act, and it's a work in progress. Not everything needs to be there for the bank manager to see when you're looking to get a loan. to start a new business venture. Yes, he'd like a business plan, but he also knows business plans are a work in progress, that they need to be updated and move along as things progress. So it's time to sort of just look at things and show them what stage you're up to, that you really are keen and you really are serious, and this is the work you've done to date. Okay, so we've got Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. So that's a really nice placement for Venus. Venus feels very comfortable in Cancer because Cancer is very nurturing and loving and kind and beautiful, and just makes you feel very secure and very homely. So what that means for anybody that might be seeking a new relationship, maybe it's time to sort of step out and go to places that make you feel comfortable. Don't go sort of, I know a lot of people say, oh, you've got to step out of your comfort zone if you want to attract new love, if you want to attract someone new in your life. You can't just keep doing the things that you always do. Yes, that's true to a certain point. But sometimes we need to work with the energies of the zodiac too. And at the moment with Venus in Cancer, it's telling us to go to places that are familiar, places that make us feel warm and snuggly, places that make it feel like it's home. Not necessarily is it the time to venture into new areas that we feel uncomfortable, and therefore we're not giving off our best energy because we feel uncomfortable, or we feel a little bit prickly there, or we feel a little bit self-conscious. Where if we go to somewhere that we feel comfortable, we feel secure in our surroundings, then we're giving off this wonderful, comforting, loving sort of vibe. And that may be just the type of energy that we need to be exuding at the moment if we want to attract new love. Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, is still in its home in Pisces, and it's bringing some very creative solutions to ways for people to find solutions to things that have been troubling them. And it's interesting to see the way governments around the world are handling things in a different manner now. It's, they're trying to find different choices in words, different policies to bring about, even though it may be the same tired old policy, it's got a fresh, new, sparkly face. It's got a new set of words. It's got a new slogan. It's got a new way of presenting itself that sort of all of a sudden people are sitting up and taking notice and saying, wow, that's different. Didn't know that before. It's the same old tired policy. It's just had a facelift. But if that's what's going to get the message across and get people to sort of start listening and taking notice of things like global warming and things like that, that sort of we've all become a little bit tired of, it's like, yeah, that was yesterday's news. Didn't we deal with that a few years ago? Why are they talking about it again now? Well, there needs to be a fresh approach to that sort of thing, particularly now that we've come out of the pandemic. The world is a very different place now, and people are far more cautious, and there's been so many changes and so many interruptions to supply chains and things like that around the world. It's now time, I think, to give things like global warming another look at, and sort of say, well, okay, moving forward, what have we learned? What can we do differently? What can we start to bring in? And, as the world starts to gear up to looking at alternatives to fossil fuels, we've got to find alternative solutions, whether it be solar or wind or hydrogen or whatever. And there's many, many countries and nations around the world that are really ramping that up and really sort of taking this seriously. And then there's others that have dropped the ball and sort of say, oh, yeah, well, we'll get around to it one day. And then there's some countries that really just don't believe in it at all. I mean, I suppose somewhere in the mix of all that is the truth, but you've only got to turn on the TV and see the weather events that are happening around the world that weren't happening 50 years ago or even 20 years ago. Something has changed. So whether you believe in global warming or not, you've got to sit up and take notice. The world is changing, so is the weather, and we need to do something about it. Pluto is still in Aquarius. He'll still be dipping his toe in there for a little bit of time to come, yet another month or so, and then he'll slip back into Capricorn. He's going to sort of do that dance of sticking his toe in Aquarius and then slipping back into Capricorn. That'll happen 2 or 3 times before he actually makes his way into Aquarius solidly, which won't happen until the end of 2024. So we've still got a little bit of time where we've got this changeable sort of energy. And what this is doing is just showing Aquarians a taste of what is to come, that with Pluto in there transforming their lives, asking them to think differently, think outside the square. You can't always do things the way that you did. You've got to find new and innovative solutions, and that will become worldwide. It won't just be for Aquarians. But at the same time, he's still sort of showing us he's not completely finished with Capricorn yet. He's not completely finished with big business and governments and people sort of trying to ignore messages like global warming and things like that. So there's sort of, it's like this honeymoon period for both. It's like the tail end of the Capricorn energy and, you know, the brand new sparkle of the Aquarian energy, but there's no definite right or wrong at the moment. It's like vacillating between the two. So I think we're going to be in for an interesting, 15, 16 months as we see shifts and changes in energy and people's opinions, and then all of a sudden they do a backflip and go backwards again because the energy of Pluto has shifted. So it's really interesting to see how the world's going to handle the changes that are coming up. Let's hope it means that we might see the end of the war in Ukraine very suddenly, which would be lovely, and some resolution and some peace so people can start rebuilding their lives there. We're going to talk with Ashley in Providence in Rhode Island. Are you there, Ashley?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you tonight?
Yeah, kind of going through like a rough patch with my husband, and I was just seeing if you could say anything about what direction I should take, if I'm doing the right thing.
Okay. Actually, it's always a very difficult situation, isn't it, when, a marriage sort of doesn't work out to be what we hoped and we dreamed the day that we took our vows, and that makes us question ourselves and question what went wrong or what went right or who changed or what changed. And I just sort of feel at the moment your husband seems to be very confused. So is he not reaching out and sort of communicating with you in any way to try and get some sort of clarity out of the situation?
No, he hasn't.
No, because every time I try and tap into his energy, into his soul, it's like he's sort of, how can I describe this? It's like he's there, but he's not there. It's like, yes, it's registering that, somebody's trying to make connection with him, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I haven't got the energy, or I can't be bothered, or I don't know what to say, or I don't know what to do. And I don't think it's a deliberate thing that he's trying to avoid you. I think he truly doesn't know how to handle the situation or what to say, not so much what you want to hear, but how would I start this? What would I say? What would she expect? What would Ashley want from me? I don't know. I don't know myself what I want from myself. So he's in not a very comfortable spot. And it's interesting because I go into his soul and I can see a man there that doesn't know what to do about the marriage. Yet on the other hand, if I put him in a work environment, we've got this very confident, competent man who can sort of give orders and do things and everything sort of functions. And you think, is that the same person? It's like two different people that we're dealing with. And that, I think, is the struggle here, Ashley, is that it's almost like nobody's given him the book to read on how to handle what he's going through personally and with you and the marriage. It's not that I don't think he wants the marriage. I don't think he understands, and this might sound a strange thing to say, but I don't think he understands the concept of marriage. Would you say that that would be a fair comment?
Yeah, everything you just said is completely right. And I have brought that up too, about him being a different person when he's at work, the confidence, the motivation, and everything.
Yeah, completely. It was like I was looking at two different people. And it was
exactly.
like, and I don't know what solutions I can give you other than to sort of suggest to you to be patient. I don't think this marriage is over, but by the same token, I'm not going to ask you to sit there and wait for 10 years for him to sort himself out either. I keep being shown June. Now, I don't know what's going to happen in June, but something's going to happen in June that's going to shake him at his core, that's going to make him realise that, hang on a minute, I've got to do something about this, or otherwise the marriage is going to go. That's it. It won't be able to be salvaged. When I ask him, does he love you? He tells me, of course he does. So I suppose that's a good start. But I just think he's got I don't know what it is that's going to happen, Ashley, but whatever it is, it will shake him up and it will make him start talking to you. And hopefully then we can start to reignite this marriage again in some sort of way, but it can't go back to the way it was. It's got to be reignited and sort of almost start at the beginning again, if that makes sense to you. It's like we've got to learn to be husband and wife again. And he's got to learn to be able to communicate and share with you what's going on in that head of his. Not to come home and be a different person. That's not fair. So are the two of you still living in the same house, or are you living apart?
Kind of on and off.
Right.
I think the past week I've been back home. We have 2 kids together.
Yeah, look, I think somewhere between whatever happens in June, between then and September will be the crucial bit. And by September, you'll know exactly which way you're going. So it's sort of like just have an open mind at the moment, continue doing what you're doing, but make sure you protect yourself too, Ashley. You can't afford to fall down the rabbit hole with him. You know, you've got to keep functioning and keep going too. But I have a really good feeling, Ashley, that this is going to turn around and we can get this marriage back on track in a completely different, new, stronger direction, you know, a stronger marriage. So I wish you well, sweetie, and I'll keep you in my prayers. We're going to talk with Melissa now in Batesville in Arkansas. I know I've pronounced that wrong, but anyway, Melissa, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Pardon?
Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Well, yeah, I was just kind of wondering about my son. If there's anything you could tell me with his situation.
Can you repeat the question, please? I didn't quite catch that.
I was just wondering if you might could tell me a little bit about my son's situation, or maybe if anyone, you know, beyond may have a message or.
Okay. So your son's still with us, I take it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, just clarifying that, because at times there I feel as if your son sort of wanders off into another dimension. It's sort of like he's a law unto himself at times. He sort of doesn't really consider other people or conform in ways that sometimes people would expect him to do. Nothing wrong with that. I think he's an amazing young man who just dances to the beat of his own drum, and there's nothing wrong with that. So has there been some very intense emotional situations that he's had to navigate through in the last 6 months or so?
Yes.
That seems to be coming to an end now. And I'm not going to say abruptly that, you know, like we turn the page and that's it, but it's sort of tapering down now. And he seems to be coming out the other side, I'm going to say a little bit battered and bruised, but at the same time, a lot stronger and a lot wiser. So it's like from about August this year, I think things are really going to start to ramp up in his life in a very, very positive way. I can see some emotional stuff that he's still got to work through. But I'm also seeing the opportunities here for maybe a new job or a promotion within the job that he's doing. And that sort of gives him a little bit of renewed confidence in himself that, wow, I am at least succeeding in some areas. I'm going to say I think he's succeeding in a lot of areas. But if this is what gives him the confidence to feel that I'm finally on the right track, well, then that's a good thing. It's interesting because I look at this young man of yours and I want to say to you, you've done a really amazing job with him, Melissa. You've not only raised a young man who's very kind and considerate and well-mannered, but he's a man that is comfortable in his own skin. That, you know, even though people around him might say this is wrong or you shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't do that, he's very polite about it, but he still dances to the beat of his own drum. And that's really very special. So, you know, even though he might have been through some tough times, just know that he'll always be the type of young man that will always find his way through no matter what. No matter how bleak something looks, he always finds the way through. He's just got a really nice magical energy about him.
Yes, so he's going to be okay then.
He's going to be okay. You can stop worrying, Mum. And, you know, I think maybe, I don't know that you'll ever know the full story, but I do think you're going to get bits and pieces of it in chunks when he's ready to release it. And it's sort of like you're going to be sitting there thinking, wow, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was quite that bad. And he's sort of saying to your Mum, but it's okay. I came out the other side, you know. I learned from it.
Okay, great.
And And I think that's probably the most important thing, that he shares with you very openly, more so than a lot of other young men do with their mums. You know, he feels he can communicate anything to you and you don't sit in judgment. And that's a very unique sort of relationship to have, Melissa. The other thing I want to share with you, Melissa, from the other side, they're showing me this oversized, beautiful, big pink heart. So there's lots and lots and lots of love coming towards you.
Right.
So you must have a few
That
people on
sounds
the other
wonderful.
side that wanted to send that beautiful big pink heart to you to just let you know that you're very, very loved.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I have several on the other side, so that sounds wonderful.
Yeah, there was quite a crowd that was coming forward, and it was like an oversized heart-shaped balloon that they were bringing towards me to give to you, Melissa, to sort of say, this is for you. So, you know, it's always nice to know that, you know, people on the other side are taking an interest in us and, you know, can send, you know, some sort of emotion and sort of just brighten our day a little bit. But your son is one in a million. He is just an amazing young man, and you should be incredibly proud of him.
I am, and I thank you very much. It makes me feel so much better.
Yeah, so, you know, stop worrying. I know that's easier said than done. All mums worry. That's our job. But, you know, he is just a very unique, special young man, and you should be very proud to be his mum. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Melissa. We've come to the end of the show again. The show goes very quick every week, I know. And each week I try and bring to light a song that might have been going around in my head, or something that comes to me just moments before the show. Like today, I didn't know what song I was going to share with you, and I was starting to work on the astrology report, and I got this little jingle in my head, and I thought, crikey, I haven't heard that song in a long, long time, and it's called Up, Up and Away by the Fifth Dimension, and it's just one of those lovely little tunes that makes you sing through the day. And maybe that's what we need to do, is sort of, you know, send our cares and our worries and our tears and frustrations up, up and away with the Fifth Dimension, and we can have a much better week. I think that's probably a very good message to sort of end the show on. But until next week, I hope you keep smiling and try and be kind to each other. You know, kindness and a smile goes a long, long way, and it might just be the only bit of positive energy that somebody's had in their day by you just sort of saying good morning or good afternoon and how's your day, and giving them a smile. Smiles make the world go round. Until next week, bye for now.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Lightning TV, and a bunch of other places. We'd like to welcome you to our program, and we'd like to welcome especially our new listeners, our viewers, wherever you are taking in our program. We're the Psychic Side, and the reason why we have the name of our program is because I like to present things a little bit from a psychic's perspective. And I think that that's a good thing to know, because my show is about educating people about what psychic ability is and how to use it effectively. And I hope that you can get a few tips from me. And if you want to share some of your tips, then you're welcome to do so on our program. I'm a purist. I'm somebody that doesn't like to necessarily use any kind of tools. I am an astrologer. I do read tarot, but we have such great tarot card readers here on this network, and other people that do so well with that medium or that type of tool, that I feel like it's best I just do what I do best, which is use my psychic abilities. I'd like to welcome you to call into our program. We'll be happy to give you a brief reading, and we'll open things up for other people if they'd like to have me do a reading for them. Or if you want something a little bit more private, then you can just go to my website at johncapello.com, go to the booking tab, and you can get an astrological reading or sign up for one there, or a psychic reading. Now, just to let you know a little bit more about me, I want to go ahead and let you know that a few things that I do.